Hey, Angel Lover. Hey, Harvey. Hey, Justin Bell. If you can't tell, I'm quite clearly more than annoyed about this. I'm pissed. I have been pissed. And I've been trying to not discuss it because I'm like, I'm just gonna go off on people. I'm gonna be the asshole. But it's straight up like, it's giving me acne. Like, I've been stressed out and like pissed about this. It's not that I am, Justin. Like, I'm fucking irritated. Like, tell me, if you all made a video that you worked 8 hours on, and you're thinking, alright, I'm probably gonna, as usual, I'm gonna be getting, people commenting about this part, and this part, and this part, and this part. But instead, you get 2 comments 130 times, all saying the same fucking thing. Like, sometimes I wish y'all would just scroll down and find the comment that is in alignment with your own and just upvote it, rather than give me the same fucking comment over and over again. The play is not homophobic, you're wrong. Nate was not molested, you're wrong. I guess I'm just an idiot. Don't worry about my film degree or nothing. I'm sure it means nothing. Yes, I am being salty and smart-assy right now, because, like I said, I'm fucking irritated. It's constant. Like, every new comment I get on the fucking video. It wasn't homophobic. To which okay, you know what? Let's jump into it. Let's actually discuss here. People saying Nate wasn't sexually assaulted. You know what? I can sort of get behind that. I think it's rather silly to not see the scene that was in that episode and not think that, but you know what? The show has surprised me before, where I thought it was going one way and it went the other, so maybe this is one of those cases. It hasn't been 100% confirmed. I would argue like 99% confirmed, but a lot of you do not think that, so I'm like, alright, whatever. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. I'm willing to be wrong on that one. The play not being homophobic, I'm sorry, but I think you are all, not you all, I know some of you don't agree with that, but I think the people who are defending the play as not homophobic, I think you have some very rose-colored glasses on for Lexi, and you don't want to shit on her in any way, and I don't either, but that scene with, in the locker room or whatever, that was homophobic. It 100% was. We can discuss why it is if you'd like. But I'm getting really tired of seeing, like, it's not homophobic. Like, okay, but it was. It actually was. I'm sure no one means it personally. Well, personally or not, you get 130 of the same comments. It gets old. Gets real old. Even when it's not like super, super rude or mean things people are saying, it's still irritating to be told you're wrong 130 times, in slightly varied wording, You really understand your opinions on like you're acting as your reaction. Obviously, I have a different perspective. I mean, I'm fine with having a different perspective with other people, but again, when you get the constant same comment over and over and over and over and over and over again, I'm like, oh look, this person always comments on my videos. What did they say? Oh, it's the same fucking thing that everyone else said. Like, okay. Like, I was genuinely this close to deleting the video on Tuesday because I was just so over it. I'm like, alright, man. And you know why I didn't? The sad fucking truth? Because I got money off that video, and that is the only reason I didn't delete it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the fan response to that video irritated me more than the fan response to, like, Walking Dead or Attack on Titan. Like, Jesus Lord. I don't even really want to do the finale, to be perfectly honest. I'm still gonna do it, but I don't know. I can already guarantee I'm gonna be a smartass in that video. Like, if at any point in that video they confirm 100% my theory about Nate, I'm gonna rub that in people's faces so fucking hard. Like, no lie, I am going to be mean about that. Heads up, just so you're all aware. And the homophobic thing, I don't need to be told by the show if that was homophobic or not. It was homophobic. But let me read through. See what y'all have to say. I think it was homophobic and there's evidence that it could have been assaulted. Everything is slowly being revealed. Thank you. Nate's dad definitely touched money as a kid. He started to work out due to the men in his dance videos. I want to be like them. You see, I don't even think it's a definite that it happened. I personally think that's what happened, but it's not confirmed. It's not definite. Like, we don't know. But on that note, I would like everybody, if you haven't in a little while, go back to the season 1 finale of Euphoria. Go back to that scene when his dad grabs him by both arms and holds him down on the floor. Rewatch that scene and tell me that that's not what happened, that my theory is not true. He flipped out in that moment. And at the time, everyone was like, oh my God, why is he going so crazy over this? Like, I mean, it seems like an intense moment, but not that intense. And then with this context, I'm like, hello? It perfectly clicks into place. And I know a lot of you don't want that storyline to be on the show, but I do. I'll also get into why I do want that to be shown on the show. Fuck. Play is 100% home. Levin even had Nate say it was a challenge to that. Thank you. Oh, wait, so did Sam Levinson actually say 100%, like at a behind the scenes, that it was homophobic? Because I would love for him to have said that so I can just copy paste that clip to every fucking comment on the last video. Like, what? What was it not? What? When you out someone, specifically a real person, and again, everyone's like, oh, Lexi didn't know. The whole school knew. They made a point in one of the previous episodes in season 1 to show that, oh, Maddie and Cassie told too many people that he had dick pics on his phone. Now everyone thinks he's gay. Like, it was 100% Lexi shitting on Nate. I'm not upset about that. I'm kind of glad. I do wish it was in a different way, though, because it was homophobic. It absolutely was. And even if you remove Nate from the equation, I think just the subject was kind of offensive. Because again, it wasn't like a bunch of jocks in there going, oh, bro, pass me the fucking salt, bro. Oh, let me get your back, bro. If it was doing that, I would kind of buy people being like, oh, it's making fun of bro culture. But it wasn't. All the other characters in that scene had really stereotypical, like, flamboyant gay voices. They were like, oh my God, Jake. Oh, you look so hot. You look so sexy. I'm like, it was 100% homophobic. Whether it outed Nate or not. Like, I'm so sick of that argument. I'm so sick of that argument. Like, again, the Nate being molested, I'll maybe take the L on that if it turns out to not be true. The play being homophobic, I'm going to say it right now. If you get your feelings hurt, I'm sorry. You are wrong if you think it's not homophobic. It was. It was. Flat out. Full stop. It was homophobic. I don't hate Lexi. I don't think, she's an asshole for doing that. But it was homophobic. I'm so sick of people being like, no, it's not. Because if Nate was the one who made this big play, not a single soul, not a single one of you would, even for a moment, defend it. You would immediately be like, oh yeah, super homophobic. Oh, it's fucking super shitty. But because it's Lexi, a lot of you are like, no, I think she had good intentions. I'm like, no, it was homophobic. But anyways, Back to the comments. Dream sequence, though, I'm one of the people who didn't think it meant sexual assault, but it's for sure extremely possible. I'm curious as to why you didn't think that, though. Like, I guess it's like a surrealistic dream, so yeah, you don't take it 100% literally, but I took that as like, okay, maybe not take it being Cal specifically literally, but I think the subject was definitely like, yes, this happened. In what way? When? By who? Well, we'll find out later, but I still feel like that was like, yeah, this happened. But maybe not. Maybe not. 10 people just dropped off the video. Whatever. I think people look past it just because they don't like Nate. Exactly. Which I think that's the point of the fucking scene. It's supposed to make you be like, oh, I hate this guy, but I feel bad for him. Oh no, what's happening? Like, it's supposed to make you conflicted, but people didn't want to feel conflicted, so they were like, oh no, he's just a baby. It's not homophobic. Thank you, JR. Nate's not gay. He doesn't really know how he feels. Okay, well, we don't know that. Like, we don't know if he's gay. We don't know if he's bi. We don't know if he's straight. Who fucking knows? Regardless, 3 months before this play happened, the whole school had this vicious rumor going around that, you know, our star quarterback is gay. And then there's a play a couple months later that shows our star quarterback being super fucking gay. I'm just saying. Just saying. No, yeah, just in time. You make a good point. There's no way this play would ever be approved to be shown to anyone at a high school. Way too adult. Way too adult. Like, they're dropping F-bombs. They're having super sexual things going on. Like, yeah, no, that would not happen in a high school play. I'll forgive that, though. I mean, it's Euphoria. Who fucking cares? It was vexing to me for she exposed a lot of people's stuff out to the public for it wasn't her place to do that. She possibly added the man, although Nate sucks. You see, her putting people on blast didn't bother me too much, because, again, a lot of people have put her on blast for far less. And she's just constantly ignored and put to the side by everybody, and this is her way to, you know, get it out there. I get that, but there were certain moments where I'm like, you took it too far. Should not have done that. That was kind of fucked. I mean, I think Lexi, I don't think she's an asshole for doing that. I do think she should have asked Rue, like, hey, I'm about to put in this, like, really heavy shit about you. Is that okay? Especially because Rue, as we saw from the play, she would have been like, hell yeah, put it in there. Make me the star. Like, she would have been fine with it. But I agree. I think Lexi should have given her and everyone a heads up. But at the same time, they all kind of had it coming to not get a heads up for it. So I go back and forth. I'm conflicted on the whole thing. The scene before we have Cassie and Maddie almost tongue kissing on full display, that was also homophobic. I didn't read it that way, but I'm trying to imagine how it would be construed as homophobic. Because to me, that was just like, oh, these two girls are, you know, fucking all over each other all the time. They, you know, they love each other. I'm not really seeing it for that one, but if you want to elaborate, perhaps. Lexi needs to know her place. I didn't enjoy this episode at all because I see these characters as people in the real and no one wants their personal business out. Well, like I said, I don't think anyone should have their personal business dropped like that, but they were kind of asking for it. They were being really fucking horrible to everyone, including Lexi. And again, I think there's a lot of ways you can make fun of someone or put someone on blast and it not be like super fucked up. You're like, okay. Again, with Nate as the perfect example, I'm like, literally anything but him being into dudes would have been prime opportunity for her. Like, that's free game. make fun of him away for whatever else he's done. But for being into guys, that's fucked up. That's not cool. How she put her friend's personal life in the play in the first place, she would have asked them. No, yeah, I'm like, if she should have asked everybody about it. But they were all being total fucking assholes, and she needed a way to, have an outlet. So, is it kind of fucked up? Yes. But, hey. You can see it as a soul of the silent more as when dreams mix a whole lot of baggage a character has into a surrealistic dream sequence. Okay, I'm glad you said that, because I feel like as much as the show has proven a lot of it is surrealistic and not meant to be taken literally, if you go back and watch the show, 90% of it is meant to be taken literally. Like, even if it is shown as a surreal kind of sequence, usually that stuff did happen. And I think a lot of people on this show in particular give it way too much of a pass, being like, oh, that wasn't supposed to be real. I'm like, I think we should all take everything on the show as real until they tell you otherwise, not the other way around. I second getting off for like 10 years. I think it's possible that stream wasn't about abuse at all. Again, if it was, I don't see why they would do that scene with him, like, fucking, never mind. I'm not getting into that one. I can already feel myself getting, like, pissed again, so I'll just drop that. But the potential is why is Cal acting like he doesn't know why Nate is crazy when he knows exactly why Nate is loco. Well, that's why I don't think it was Cal. I think it was a friend of Cal's. And Nate associates it with Cal because, you're the dude who left me with this other dude who fucking did what he did. I'm telling you, I'm betting money right fucking now that is what happened. No one believes me, but okay. I have a feeling the mom knows that he was such as a kid. Well, I mean, there was the scene where she was like, something happened to you when you were 8 or 9. I don't know what, but I don't know. It's just a mystery. So I'm like, I don't think she knows, but I think she obviously knows something happened. Lexi's name in the play was Grace, but in one of the scenes, Bethany. I noticed that. I did notice that. Someone called her Lexi Howard. I wasn't sure if that was the show intentionally, like, blending real world with the play, or if that was just a mistake. Who knows? Ethan was MVP. I mean, he fucking killed it. I didn't particularly like the locker room scene, but he killed it. Like, he was giving it his all. Well, I'm glad everyone's staring, Raimi. They can all know how fucking irritated I am. The one scene with cat camming, was that in the play? I think that was supposed to be in the play. And that's another moment where I'm like, that's kind of personal and doesn't really relate to anything. So why did you put that in the play, Lexi? I mean, maybe it wasn't, but I don't think the actor was Barbie Ferreira. I think it was like the play actor. And yeah, I'm kind of yelling at you guys. Like, again, you get 130 plus comments all saying the same fucking thing, and tell me you wouldn't also be like, how about you all just upvote the comment that agrees with your own, rather than fucking spamming me with the same message over and over and over again. The play itself is nothing but a rehash of season 1. Yeah, as if this entire season hasn't been a rehash of season 1 already. Wait, what? How is this season a rehash of season 1? Okay, well, I think that's the first comment in here that's kind of like against the show, which also leads me into another reason I've been annoyed this week with Euphoria. Because, I don't know. I don't mean to call you out specifically, Filmoser, but I've noticed here in the past like week or so, all of a sudden it's like super cool for people online to shit on Euphoria. They're like, oh, Euphoria is so innovative. It's just fucking edgy Degrassi, bro. And all these fucking people are people who watched one episode or no episodes and either don't like it because there are teenagers doing like sexual things, or it's just not as innovative as everyone says it is. Like, I don't know, I'm so tired of that shit. I guess I'm on the same note though, because Elden Ring just came out today and I'm an advocate against the game. Or that's not even true, I'm not like against Elden Ring or some shit. I just don't care about it, and the whole world gives a shit today, and it's just kind of annoying seeing everyone be like, oh my god, Elden Ring, are you playing Elden Ring? I'm like, nope, don't care about that fucking game. Glad you're all having a great time though. I'm scared the showrunners won't be able or intend to wrap some of this stuff up. Well, I mean, there's gonna be a season 3, so I mean, there's no way this shit's getting wrapped up in the next episode, but there's gonna be another season. Either way until proven otherwise, and I'm willing to accept any way it goes. Okay, you say that now, but in your comment on the video, you said you would not like it to go that way at all. I did not forget. You and many other people were like, oh, I don't want that. I really don't want that. I'm like, okay. What's bad parenting? I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to read all the comments. I'm officially too irritated to actually go through every single one of them, and I'm also, there's just too many. Like, I'm falling behind. I mean, comment on the videos however you want, but like I said, take a look at the comment section first, and if it says, if it's 50 comments all copy pasted one after another, maybe don't write that same comment, you know? Thank you, Nostalgic Bliss. What were Lexi's good intentions if she had to ask many times when the intentions are questionable? Oh, I think 100% there were good intentions there. Like, specifically with Rue, she didn't talk any kind of shit on Rue. She 100% made Rue, like, the heart of the play, and a lot of it revolved around her trauma and how their friendship was so solid. Like, there was plenty of stuff in there that was, like, from a good, intentional kind of point. But then a lot of the shit with Cassie and a lot of the shit with Nate was clearly just, you know, she was going out for blood, which I don't hate her for that. I probably would too. What were Lexi's good into? Oh yeah, I'm in the aquarium. I got inspired to see some shark. Oh, nice. Yeah, I did an art piece for Raimi. The nice sharky boy. You know, some people have war in their country. Did I say that they didn't? What is that in reference to? It's a bummer that people are trying to force only one opinion on you. And see, that's the thing. It's not even people for... Well, they kind of are. So, yeah, I guess. So is Lexi trying to get attention by putting others down? No, I don't think she was trying to get attention, period. I think she did this because she had a lot she wanted to say, and she's too shy to, like, go out there and talk to these people and actually say these things. So she's like, let me, make some art, and I'll express how I feel through my art. I totally get that. Like, I don't think she went into this to put other people down, except for Nate, and maybe a little bit Cassie. And I'm sick of Cassie too. She's a fucking asshole. Yeah, spam does equal money. And if that's the case, I will quit fucking YouTube. Because, like, I don't want to get shit on for money. That's not fun. And there are YouTubers that do that, so there's an audience for it if that's what you all want. People can't go a month without hating something that's been popular for a while. True. I mean, I'm usually the person who is that person. Like, when Invincible was super popular, I was the person who was like, it's okay. I don't know why everyone's freaking out about it. But yeah, now it's kind of gone the other way. Now everyone's just like, me, Euphoria. Stupid. Why does everyone like Euphoria? It's so stupid. Like, it's a damn good show. It's super well written, super well acted. Like, there are a lot of reasons to like the show. Does anyone else not like Faye? I mean, I don't after the last episode. From the start, I did like her. When she called Rue a hoe-ass trick, I fucking laughed so hard at that shit. Like, I thought she wasn't going to be an important character in this story, like, period, and every episode she keeps coming back. I'm like, damn, she's actually, like, a part of this story. You know, some people are always gotta go against the grain. Yeah. Popular equals target for knockdown. Yeah. In some cases, I'm like, yeah, it actually is popular, and I agree it's stupid. Like, that for me is Invincible. That's Venom. Those are things that are super popular, and I am on the hate train for it. But I don't know, I don't make a whole video being like, here's why Venom sucks, or, you know, here's why this fucking sucks. I just like to comment on the shit that I like. I'm like, ooh, I love this, I love that. I don't know, I feel like a lot of people are just way too on the negativity train. Like, Penguin Zero, you know, Moist Critical, I don't know if anyone knows the YouTuber. I love his content. I think he's super funny. You know, just in general, I like watching his shit, but just recently he put out a video of just talking shit on Euphoria and about how it's like the most mediocre show he's ever seen, and I'm like, okay. Again, I feel like people really enjoy just shitting on things when I feel better, you know, talking about stuff I like. Euphoria's filler episodes are better than other shows. I mean, I don't think it has filler episodes, personally. I haven't seen an episode where I'm like, you could skip that one. Like, every single one, maybe with the exception of the special episodes, they all seem very, very important. Isn't it better for your video engagement to get more comments versus less comments with more upvotes? No, it definitely is, but again, you get the same comment over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. All right, go to bed. All right, wake up. Oh, got 7 more comments that says the same thing. Oh, let's go take a shower. Oh, got 2 more. I'm gonna go to work now. Oh, just got into work. Oh, got 3 more of the same comment. It gets really fucking tired, and I don't care if that's better video engagement or not. Nate had sat and found the humor in the scene and not gotten up and singled himself out. Nobody would have think he's actually gay. Okay, well, that's just not true. Like, the whole school had a rumor about him being gay just a couple months before this happened, and they all laughed and pointed at Nate before he even got up. So, like, no, they knew exactly who it was about. He wasn't, you know, a sore loser about that. I think, if anything, he had a pretty reasonable reaction, actually. I fucking hate the guy, but I would also be like, I'm gonna fucking leave, because they're straight up just shitting on me because they think I'm gay. Don't want it doesn't mean I'm not adult enough to accept where it goes. Well, alright. I'll be curious to see if everyone feels the same way, if they potentially reveal that to be true. Thank you, Andres. Oh, thank you. It's funny that you say that, because I feel like my reactions are sometimes way too over the top. Like, when it was revealed that Nate may or may not have been, you know, whatever happened, my reaction to that moment was pretty intense. I was just, ooh! And when I was editing it, I was like, it's a little much, but I did really feel that way as I watched it. It's not like I pretended, so I'm putting it in. Yeah, eating that ginger's. That was so fun. Oh, that was funny. Does this mean Michael can't handle being famous? I guess. I don't know. I don't take, what's the thing? I guess I just don't take criticism very well. I don't know. The overwhelming opinion I got again and again in that last video I think the reason it irritated me so much, beyond the fact that I got it over 100 times, again, let that sink in. Remember, people, over 100 times the same thing. It's like just getting fucking spam mail over and over again, but it's specifically saying you're wrong. So no, it's not very fun. So yeah, I guess I can't handle the fame. Venom, can't stand that franchise. You think Morbius might suck too? It might. Might be alright. We'll see. I also don't like the cat has been like cut out of this season entirely, but what are you gonna do? I wouldn't say it fully has turned me off, but there's a reason you haven't gotten a new Raised by Wolves reaction. I could have easily filmed that on Monday after I finished with the Euphoria video. But then in the first like 10 comments were all like, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And I was like, okay, maybe I'll just film it tomorrow when I'm in a better mood. And then the next day it was the same bullshit. And I was like, you know what? Fuck you guys. Sorry, but fuck you guys. I'm like, you'll get a video when you fucking get a video. I don't really feel like putting in a bunch of effort for Raised by Wolves, which gets me no views. I love the show, but it is not the smartest show for me to be watching. And on top of that, I just got, the same spam comment over and over again in the last one. So I was like, I don't fucking feel like it. I was going to film it when I came back from work today. But again, I was like, no, fuck y'all. Like, I don't feel like it. Get a video whenever you fucking get one, I guess. I gotta smoke some weed. I'm like actually pissed. Yeah, my face is getting red. I can feel it. I'm flushed. Sorry, I'm skipping comments. Sorry. Viewers were in their feelings after the last episode, and people watched as individuals and wanted to comment as individuals. Kind of repetitive this is, but I think about it from our perspective. No, I 100% get it from your perspective, but I'm also asking you to see it from my perspective and how fucking irritating it is. Hope no one makes you feel bad about your furry reaction. Well, they do. You're one of the few reactors I look forward to watching. Thank you. I mean, I'm still gonna do the finale. I've considered not doing it. Genuinely. Like, I think yesterday was when I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm just not gonna do the finale. Fuck it. I'll just watch it on my own and enjoy it. And not deal with any fucking stupid shit. But, no. I'll film it. I'll get you. You will all get your Euphoria reaction. Don't you worry. Feel you on that. I don't even like reading comments that are the same thing over and over. It's annoying as fuck. Yeah, and on one hand, I know some people are like, well, just don't read the comments. I'm like, okay, but I do want to respond to the people who were like, hey, I love this, or, what did you think about this, or whatever. I still want to be able to respond and be nice to those people, but it's kind of frustrating sifting through all the other shit. Like, I don't know. Are you guys able to see if your comment has been downvoted? I'm curious. Yeah, sure, Rami. All this means is that you're on that payer weight level for she has the same issue. That's true. That is true. I remember seeing her dealing with this same shit. But she would go through and like block people. And I don't want to block you all, because most of them, like, they weren't mean, shitty comment. Like, I think she gets way worse comments than I do, because people are fucking racist as shit towards her. But again, it's just annoying. It's just super, super annoying. Like, I almost turned the comments off of that video, but again, that just puts out an even worse look. Everyone's like, oh, I don't want to even hear what we have to say. I wonder what they're hiding. And it's like, I'm not hiding anything. I just don't want to deal with that. The drug dealer's house imprisoned little birds symbolizes the girls that she trapped on her. Oh, I'll bet that's true. I will bet that's fucking true. The caged bird sings. Like, I will bet that's why they did that. That's pretty cool. I remember getting, even if you pin your comment saying you got it, they still do it. Exactly, and that's why I deleted my pinned comment, which said, hey, I'm aware of what you all are saying about, you know, this thing with Nate and with the homophobic scene or whatever, and people didn't fucking care. They just continued to comment, no, I think this is how it went, like, not even as a response to my pinned comment. So I'm like, okay, you fucking idiots, I guess whatever. Do whatever you want. Ooh, I forgot season 3 of Atlanta is coming out soon. Shit. Now that show I'm excited for. Euphoria has officially lost my hype. I'm not exactly excited to do this finale. I'm not even gonna pretend like I am. It's at the end of March. I still got like a month. But yeah, Euphoria, I'm officially no longer excited to watch the next episode, and that's truly unfortunate, because if it wasn't for the spammed 2 comments over and over again, I absolutely would be hyped as fuck for this finale. But now I'm not. I'm actually not. I don't really care. I'll watch it when I watch it. Like, am I gonna watch it the moment it drops? Nope, not even close. I'll probably watch it later that night, around like 10, 11 o'clock at night, and then I'll edit it the next day when I feel like it, as slowly as I feel like, because I am not putting all that fucking effort into it just to be irritated by the people I am trying to, like, you know, please. Ugh. It's good your knowledge that you might not take criticism very well. I know the feeling. Well, yeah, again. Well, and that's the other issue I have with that. Again, people criticizing me on the Nate not being sexually assaulted. I'm like, all right, I'll buy it. I'll bide my time on that one. Maybe I'm wrong. The play not being homophobic, I'm like, you're just objectively wrong about that. It is a homophobic scene in that play. It is. It just is. So to hear, you know, over 100 people be like, no, to a fucking gay dude who is telling you something is homophobic, yeah, it's pretty fucking annoying. It's like, alright, whatever. How many times have I said that during this stream? Just smoke a bowl, don't let random assholes fuck up your day. Too fucking late. Too fucking late. What else am I irritated with today? Might as well just get it all out there. Let's take a look at my Twitter. Is it doing well? Is it not doing well? It's doing shitty. One more thing to be upset about. Yeah, I just posted a new comic page for my latest comic, and it's not doing horrible. Like, it's not like 2 likes or some shit, but considering my former one got over 600 likes and, you know, like over 100 retweets, and this one has 68, not great. And again, another thing where I'm like, I spent a lot of time working on that, and then, you know, for what? For what? For fucking what? I feel like I just keep doing shit, and then for what? Like, put in a whole lot of effort to literally get nothing back for it. Cool. I'll retweet it myself. Maybe some more people will see it. Who fucking knows? I don't know. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I gotta smoke this bowl before I forget. How you know I smoked too much? I didn't even cough. Oh, another reason to be upset. My desk chair broke. This thing fucking snapped the fuck off. So cool. I love it. It's been a great week. Switch the topic to what? This whole video is about me being annoyed. You all need to calm down. It's all like a puppy begs. I'm telling you right now, the worst thing anyone can do when I am upset is to tell me to calm down. That didn't just piss me off right now, don't worry, but I'm just saying, don't ever tell me to calm down when I'm pissed off, because that will only make things worse. Oh, thank you. Let me see if I can pronounce your name properly. Sulaiman? I don't know if I mispronounced it. Correct me if I did. Any happy updates? Nope. Maybe tomorrow. Didn't the director say out of his own mouth that the dancer team was homophobic? Oh, really? Did he? Maybe? I don't know. Perhaps. Love your reactions because how transparent you are. Thank you. Yeah, I don't like being as transparent as I am during the emotional scenes. I still think it's super embarrassing to cry in front of people, but I mean, if I gotta cry, I gotta cry. People will complain if y'all ignore comments, then we'll complain if you get upset about comments. Well, exactly. Because again, that exact thing has happened to me over other videos too. There'll be videos where intentionally, either the things that people said, I agree with them, but I don't really have anything to add to it, so I'm just like, let me like it, that's it. Or it's something I disagree with, and I just ignore it entirely. So sometimes there'll be a video where I don't respond to anyone's comments, and then I'll have people in the next video be like, why don't you respond to my comments? Like, I guess I didn't have anything to respond with. Like, fuck. I don't know. There's only so many times I can, say something, And then, yeah, if you get upset about the comments, then you're just ungrateful. And I'm like, I get it. Let me reiterate, I am very grateful for all the views I get, all the comments I have, all the subscribers I have, all of you here in the chat. I am very grateful. But that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to be fucking irritated with stupid ass shit. I'm allowed to be mad sometimes, okay? Let me be mad. I won't be mad tomorrow. Let me be mad now. It's weird because I don't see notifications for downvotes. Okay. I am curious. Because I do downvote some people's comments, and I don't do it necessarily to be like, fuck you, downvote. I do it if I genuinely disagree with what is being said. And I do that with, I wouldn't say a majority of comments. Not downvote specifically, but, a like or a dislike, I mean. It's usually half of the comments on any given video I will either like or dislike, the comment of it. And I always have wondered, I'm like, does it say NerdGuyProductions downvoted your shit? Because I don't want it to be spiteful like that, because it's not me, again, it's not me being like, oh, fuck you. It's me being like, I disagree with that. I mean, occasionally the comment is just being super, super rude to me, in which case I am being like, fuck you, but I was just curious. Did Vector really say that the dance thing was homophobic? Yeah, can anyone confirm this? I see people going back and forth on this. Oh my god. Y'all are commenting way too much. There's no way I'm gonna be able to read all these. I'm so sorry. I have to skip some. I'm so sorry. If it was important, please rewrite it again. I do want to read them all, but there's literally just too many. There's a lot of people in this live stream, more so than I normally have. I wonder if it's because I said I'm annoyed or if it is about Euphoria. I would assume because it's about Euphoria. Damn. What was I saying? Euphoria's spoiler and memes on Twitter, you gotta be the funniest shit ever. I don't really look at Twitter for anything that's not outside of my not safe for work account. I don't know if that's like a normal thing. It's probably not. I mean, most people probably use Twitter for like normal shit. Oh, Serena, I was talking about a different Twitter. My official main Twitter is, NerdGuyProductions, and I honestly don't post on there too terribly much. I should do that more, but I don't really feel like it. I have downvoted you before, Remy. I think in this last video I downvoted you, actually, on both comments, if I recall. But, again, it's only if I disagree with you, not because I'm like, nah, I hate you. I swear. I'm glad you guys are allowing me to vent, because I need it. I already feel a little better. Oh, what'd you say, Shannon? I love watching your videos. I don't want this to discourage you from doing more. It won't. I will be sticking around, don't you worry. Sometimes I just get a little dramatic when I'm upset. I won't lie, sometimes I'm that person who's just like... I'm trying to think what Euphoria character fits that best, who is just like extra petty and melodramatic, kind of just for the sake of it, but overall is still like a somewhat good person. Is that bad to think of yourself as a good person? Like, are you supposed to think you're a shithead? I think I'm a good person. For the most part, at least. Holy shit, that one hit, like, dried my mouth out ridiculously. Did anyone else like Arizona teas? I imagine it can't be that good for you, but... shit's good. Yes, we gotta let the feelings out. Reactions are very from the heart. Oh, thank you. It does not. Like I said, I'm just being melodramatic. I'll continue making all the videos for Raised by Wolves, for Euphoria. And anyone here in this chat who's only here for Euphoria, please, for the love of God, watch Raised by Wolves. Not only, to watch my videos, which you should do, but because the show is really fucking good, and I really want them to get a season 3, so please, do yourself a favor. Go and watch Raised by Wolves. So far, season 2 has been fantastic. Love your reactions, brother, and anyone else, because you go so in depth and really about commentary. Aw, thank you. I hope I'm relatable as fuck. Because I will admit, this is going to be a tooting my own horn kind of thing. I apologize. There are a lot of reactors I watch, And every single time I watch one of their videos, I'm like, this is funny, this is entertaining, but it feels like a skit. It does feel like rehearsed in a way. And I'm always so worried every time I edit one of my own videos. I'm like, does this sound like scripted? Does it sound like I'm faking this? How can I make it more genuine? Like, I don't want anyone to think that it's just like this played out thing, because I do see reactors where it does kind of feel like that. And maybe it's not. Like, now that I do, on my own, maybe, they are being genuine. It's just their genuineness seems scripted, Or maybe it's scripted. Who's to say? Oh, so you guys actually all got a notification for this one. That's weird. What determines whether it gets a notification or not? Strange. I like honest reviews. Be annoyed. Thank you. I'm not skipping people on purpose, I swear. There's more people because you gave a heads up on your channel. Oh, you make a good point. You make a good point. But I do okay, wait, hold on. To that I say, my streams last like 2 to 3 hours. You'd think that within the 2 to 3 hours, there'd be people who are like, oh, the stream's going. Right? Am I crazy? She made it about all jockmen in general. She didn't know. She didn't. She did not. She had Nate as the main character with the scar, and they had all the other jocks have super flamboyant, like, stereotypical gay voices. It was not calling out that thing as a whole. I refuse that. I'm sorry. I actually refuse that. I wonder what the original Euphoria is like from Israel. Wait, what? True. I wasn't here before. I missed the venting. What did you have to vent about? The comments on the last Euphoria video were just really fucking annoying, because it was just the same 2 comments over and over and over and over again. And it just got super old. Sorry, I'm like shivering. It got super cold in my room. I think a ghost just like passed through me because he got like dramatically cold out of nowhere. Honestly, Cassie does, but she sucks. And you're not a Cassie. Like, thank you. I swear to God, if anyone calls me Cassie, I'm gonna fuck you up. And as I wanted to reiterate... Oh my God. The weed's kicking in a little bit. I want to reiterate that point I made in the last episode when Cassie was starting to cry and she like had that very creepy moment where she like forces herself to smile and she's like, everything's fine. In that moment in the video, I was like, I don't think that makes you crazy. I think that makes you an asshole. Allow me to elaborate on that. Because to me, that shows that she is fully aware. What I have done is fucked up. I know that I screwed over my best friend really fucking badly. And in like the worst way I could have done it. But I'm gonna go ahead and pretend like everything's fine, so I don't have to actually deal with any of this. So I don't have to face the consequences for real because I'm pretending like they're not there. Like, that to me tells me she's not crazy. She's a fucking dick. Like, that is just being an asshole. I just wanted to reiterate that. Oh, thank you, Gigi. I like my posters too. I wish I had more room in my like background to like put more up to show off, but I don't know, I kind of also like that I, showcase pictures of like me and my mom, and like artwork from my mom down here, and from myself somewhere in there. I don't know if that picked up like any audio, because I realized I was completely faced the opposite direction of the mic. I'm sorry. Not Euphoria, but have you read any books lately? I guess the last book that I reread was Dune. Last new book I read... Fuck, it's been a while. It's kind of embarrassing. I don't read enough. It might be one of these back here. No, all these are old. I can't remember what the last like new book I read was, but Dune was the last book that I reread. And if at any point it looks like I'm trying to pick my nose, I had a really bad nosebleed right before this video started because I'm so fucking stressed and annoyed with shit right now. So if I'm ever like scratching at that spot, that is why. I also live in Nevada, the like driest place in the fucking world, so doesn't help. Or someone just wants to put it in chat. That's fine as well. Oh, sorry. I know I'm very far behind. I'm sorry. Except the good person part is that character. Cool. We all should think we are a good person, and we should aim to be. I should hope so. How being a YouTube reactor is hard, and sometimes it really gets to you unintentionally. Yeah, sometimes it'll hit you in weird ways. And can really put a damper on your whole day. I can't wait for Atlanta season 3. I hope it's good. Like, I don't see how it couldn't be, but you know, seasons 1 and 2 were so fucking good. I'm excited. I am so excited. There's even people in that last Atlanta season 2 reaction video where they're like, I'll see you in season 3, and I genuinely haven't seen those people like comment or, you know, subscribe to my videos or anything all the way since then, and I sincerely hope that they actually come back for season 3 and they're like, hey, it's been like fucking 2 years. That would make my day. Do you make your own thumbnails? Yes, I do. I have a live stream actually where if you go through my live streams, I don't know if there's like a way to go specifically through live streams or if you have to like go find it. The stream is called Let's Draw Together if you wanted to watch it. But yeah, it takes me like 4-ish hours to do the whole thumbnail usually. Sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more. But I wanted that to be my, you know, shtick. There's 1,000,001 reactors on YouTube. There's 1,000,001 reviewers on YouTube. But there's very few reaction/reviewers who make their own hand-drawn thumbnails. So I'm like, gang gang. So yeah, that's my little shtick. That's what my Not Safe for Work Twitter account is. It's Not Safe for Work artwork. It's not like stuff of me. Raised by Wolves, everyone, for the love of God. No, yeah, please go watch Raised by Wolves. I promise you, if you stick through, you will like it. I don't personally think you need to stick through, but I know there are people in this very chat who are like, oh, I'm fighting to push through this. I'm like, shut the fuck up and enjoy it. It's a great show. Sorry. I still have a little bit of the, you know, brat in me right now. Yes, I am going to do more of The Witcher Season 2. I will finish that season. It's just I'm trying to do the shows that are coming out weekly, just because those I feel like are even more so time sensitive. It's like, okay, I have to do Euphoria, you know, within a day or two of the episode dropping. Same thing with Raised by Wolves, but I am now 2 episodes behind. Ooh. Oh, shit. But I'm going to try and catch up on that. I mean, Euphoria is about to end, so that will kind of free up my week a little bit. Thank you. That actually makes me feel really good to hear that my thumbnails are like a signature. I love your reactions, they feel so real. Honestly, sometimes I feel people don't want to think that Lexi can be wrong. Like, not the whole play thing, just in general. No, yeah, I kind of agree. I'm like, I love Lexi. I don't love Lexi any less after the last episode. I pretty much was on board with everything she did in that play except for that final locker room scene. That was the one where I'm like, should not have done it like this. This is pretty homophobic. You definitely could have done this a better way. That doesn't make me hate her, but I think she did fuck up right there. I think she could have absolutely done a better job with that. Thank you, Scar. Arizona Iced Tea is my favorite. I still listen on Das Racist. What? You totally are. Most reactions are just so over the top. Like, can be funny, but it also gets old real fast. I prefer people that just act like regular people. Yeah, I feel the same. Like, I feel like any YouTuber that I'm actually subscribed to is a person who is just their genuine selves, because I don't really like the over-the-top bullshit either. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't want anyone to think I'm, like, shitting on other YouTubers who are really animated, because there is nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely an audience for it. If they enjoy doing it, or, you know, they're able to tolerate that in order to, you know, collect a paycheck, whatever, good for them. Like, I have nothing against that. But that's certainly not me. It's not what I gravitate towards, and therefore that's not what I want to put out in my videos. Why is being gay homophobic? She didn't say there was anything wrong with it. She was giving an opinion of how she thinks a man locker room is with jocks. She was doing it to again, stereotypical gay voices, everyone like fucking each other, with Nate as the star of it, when there have been rumors about him potentially being gay, and he's never confirmed or denied, or, well, I would assume he's probably denied said rumors. And then to have someone like out you and be like, oh yeah, no, this is, you know, this is my truth I'm telling about him. That's fucked up. That's not a cool way to do it. Yeah, none of the other football players got up because none of them were specifically in the play. Like, none of the other football players looked like the other football players. But Ethan, again, had the scar, had his hair all done up the same way. Like, they made it a point to be like, look at Nate. Look at Nate and the football team. There's the football team and Nate. Like, there's a distinct difference. I want Rue and Maddie to kill. I wouldn't hate it. I don't know if Maddie's into girls or not, though. They haven't said if she is or isn't. And based on what I've seen, I feel like she may or may not. I don't fucking know. Sorry, my roommates are typing. Oh, cool. My roommate is in Chicago right now. Just saw the Bulls game. And I guess they won? Sick. I don't fucking care about sports, but, you know, when my friends or family members have their team win, I'm like, hooray! Good for you. Euphoria is a remake of an Israeli show. I figured people knew that. Wait, hold on, what? Euphoria is based on Sam Levingson's, like, actual life experiences, so how is it a remake of an Israeli show. I told people when I tell my reactions that I'm not here to please you. I have unbiased views, and it's my opinions. You're entitled to yours. I say let's agree to disagree. Fair enough. I think that's how we should do it. Agreed. Oh. Be mean to each other. And the comments were all just saying the last scene in the play wasn't homophobic, and I'm like, it is. Like, that's one I will not concede on. I'm like, that's homophobic. But then the other thing was everyone saying Nate wasn't molested, and I'm like, I mean, I personally think that was as good a confirmation as we're probably ever gonna get on the show, but I will concede on that one. I'll be like, all right, we'll see what happens. Play was homophobic. I don't care what anyone says, especially when a person is straight telling me it's not. Well, exactly. And like, I'm sure some of the people telling me on my comments were also, damn, I could not have said that any stranger, were also gay or bisexual or whatever. But I know for damn sure some of them had to have at least been straight telling me that something wasn't homophobic. I'm like, you are not about to tell me. You are not about to tell me. What's my not safe for work Twitter? You really want to know? You really want to know? I don't think you do. Hey, Benis. Oh, wait. I'm trying to pronounce that right. Is that 2 L's? Penicillin? Oh, is it like penicillin? I'm sorry if I'm making fun of it. I just don't know how to pronounce it. Penicillin? Is it like Ben and penicillin put together? I'm so sorry if that's not the case. I'm curious. Euphoria is a remake from a show in Israel. How? What show? Why am I just now hearing this? Thanks, Lil Winborn. Thank you, Scarlett. I will keep it up. I'm being like a pouty baby right now, but I will keep it up. Tomorrow, now that the bad mood is starting to pass, I'll film my Raised by Wolves episode 4 reaction. I probably won't have time to do episode 5 of Raised by Wolves before the next Euphoria, so I'll do that. And then once I do the Euphoria finale, do the next Raised by Wolves, and then I can finally get back to Hawkeye and The Witcher. I am not going to be continuing on with Attack on Titan because the fan response on every single one of those videos is like, you take too long. Your opinion fucking sucks. You're stupid. You just don't get this show. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm not even shitting on the show. I'm liking it. People are just like, you fucking suck, dude. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna do this show anymore. The fans of that show are fucking assholes. And there's some TikToks explaining differences in the Israel versus US version. What the fuck? What? Since when? What the fuck? Like how Cassie just looking at Lexi when she was crying in the backseat with no emotions when their dad would... She definitely didn't have no emotions right there. Like, she looked back at her and she was definitely, like, upset that her sister was upset, but Cassie really does kind of put, like, the men in her life, you know, at the forefront. Like, that's the most important thing, is making sure that man is good. And yeah, that was shitty. That was a really sad scene, actually. I think that was the scene in the episode that just took me completely by surprise. I was like, oh, I'm really enjoying this episode. This is fun. And then that scene happened, and I was just like, Oh my god. Just like a fucking 2-ton brick of emotion. Did not feel good. Cassie just looking at you. Just read the autobiography of Malcolm X. Oh, how was it? So repetitive, made me questioning. Aren't these people reading the previous comments? One comment is enough to start a convo about it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I thought Euphoria had elements of the creator's life and journey to sobriety, and then they mixed in high school drama with it. Like, that's also what I thought too. I'm like, what? It's a show? It's a remake? How? If it's a remake, I kind of want to watch the original, but is the original like terrible or something? And that's why I've just never heard about it. Like, what the fuck? Hey, Emiliano. I'm doing better now. I'm still kind of annoyed and irritated, but for the most part, y'all have made me feel better, so thank you. Shy Halud. Dune is so good. Dune is so good. The movie that just came out and the book. Just, peak sci-fi. Or not even peak sci-fi, really. Like, peak epic. Like, it's one of the best epics I've ever read, in my opinion. A space epic? What is the genre? I feel like if someone from the LGBT community is telling me something is homophobic, I'm gonna listen. You would think that. But here we are. I mean, that's not... Okay, I will say, you know, just because I'm gay doesn't mean my opinion on whether something is homophobic or not is, like, law, but still, in that case, I'm like, I will not be swayed. I will not be swayed. Now reading Dubois, Souls of Black Folks. That sounds really good. Today was anxiety day for me. Today was anger day for me, so I'm sorry that it wasn't super great for you. Hopefully I can make it a little better. You know, I'll try to. Might be my bad, I like commenting. No, it's fine, I'm fine. Like, you may have been one of the people to comment something that annoyed me, I won't lie, but I definitely am more grateful that people are commenting and were doing it rather respectfully. It's not like people were sitting there just like being super rude. Like, a couple of them were, but that's always the case. It was just the fact that it was just such a, you know, the same two things just over and over again that just really irritated me. But that's none of your fault, really. I'm still on Euphoria season 1. You gotta catch up. Shit's good. Let's hope everyone is in the process of calming down right now. I don't think anyone was upset except for me. Like, I don't think anyone in the comments was like, I think that was just me. Red Dude Cannon 5 times. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Horrible zombie apocalypse soap opera. Might get the sequel. It's a book? Yeah, he just screwed up from watching videos of his dad having sex with different people for 10 years. Of course, he's having messed up dreams because he honored his sexuality. See, you say that as if you know. You were not in the writer's room, and to me, that scene read 100% as confirmation that he was sexually assaulted. I am willing to contend that maybe it wasn't. Maybe it did mean something else. But neither of us know. Obviously, we are on opposite ends in terms of our opinion, but neither of us know. Like, we will see if the show ever decides to confirm or deny that. Love the artwork you do for your thumbnails. It's great. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tina. I knew he did it the last video. I was so damn early. The thumbnail is still black and white. Gotta love it. Oh yeah, that's right. That's another way you guys can tell that I'm the one actually making the thumbnails, because I can't do the thumbnail while the video is rendering. My computer, here lately at least, just isn't able to do both. It's just too much of a strain on it, I guess. So I have to let it render, and then as soon as it's done rendering, I start uploading it, and while it's uploading, I'm like sketching like fucking crazy. I'm like, all right, here we go. I'm like, let's get this fucking video out. And the process of me doing, let's just go through the process. While I'm editing, I pick a moment from the episode that I think exemplifies the character that it is mostly focused on, and in a moment that's not going to spoil what's actually happening. Sometimes you kinda have no choice. Like earlier in this season, I had to show Nate as the main subject of the thumbnail, and I didn't necessarily want to show the injuries he had, because if anyone hadn't seen the first episode, you'd see that and be like, oh, what the fuck, now I know what's gonna happen. But I mean, he had those injuries the entire episode, so I was like, well, I kind of got to do it. But yeah, I pick, a subject based off of all that, and then I go throughout the video, and I'll try to pick a moment from it that, I feel like works as a reaction, either to the character that I'm going to be standing next to, or to what the scene or event is. And if I can't find any, I will pose for a thumbnail. I'll just sit here and be like, do a little something, and then I'll just take both of those images and kind of put them off to the side, and then open up a canvas and just kind of look over and be like, all right, let's try to recreate that. And then I do my best to recreate, the subject of each as if we were both in the scene together. And I start with the line work, post that with the video so that, I can put something up, and then I continuously work on it and update the thumbnail until it's done. What's your Twitter? Which one are you asking for? You want the not safe for work one or the safe for work one? I tried Raised by Wolves, couldn't stay, man. I'm telling you, you're wrong. Your opinion on that show is wrong, and you need to try it again. I am not even kidding. Please continue with that show. It is worth it, I swear. I still like Cassie and Jules, and no one can tell me different. I mean, I'm certainly not going to. I don't like Cassie right now. I still like Jules. I know a lot of people are like, how can you possibly like Jules right now? And I'm like, I don't know. I just do. I don't particularly blame her all that much for too many things. She definitely fucked up big time and deserves to, have some reprimand or whatnot. But I don't hate her. I still like Jules. Cassie, I do not like her, but they could eventually get me to like her again. It'll take some work, but they could do it. Are you excited for The Witcher? I'm curious to see what the hell is going to happen in the rest of the season, because I was able to do 2 episodes relatively quickly, and then I just stopped for a fucking long time. I'm going to hop back in and be like, whoa, what's going on? I feel like as much as people hate Nate, he is a fantastic villain, and the show would kind of be a bit boring without him. I don't think it would be boring without him, but I do think his character is fantastic. He is a fantastic villain, and I'm glad he's on the show. Absolutely. I don't think it would be completely boring without him, though. There's still enough conflict between other people without Nate, I think, for there to be stuff happening, but definitely a lot wouldn't be. He's had a hand in almost almost every character's main storyline. I would say Rue's main conflict is usually driven by other people besides Nate, but almost every other character's is driven by Nate. Might to watch Raised by Wolves again. I'm telling you. I thought phobias were a fear of something. They are. Did I say something about a phobia? Just because it's brought up now, and I don't know if maybe I'm just high, but go ahead and list off your phobias if anyone has them. The only one I will not accept you putting down in the chat is arachnophobia, because everyone rightly should be arachnophobic. Anyone who's not, your wires are crossed, not mine. But yeah, other phobias. Like, I am incredibly trypophobic. I cannot... Ooh, even just thinking about it, fuck that shit, dude. Like, little holes in shit. Ugh. Oh, I fucking hate that. I'm claustrophobic. Quite so, actually. I'm sure there's a phobia of elevators somewhere. I'm sure there's a word for that. Whatever it is, that's me. I'm actually very scared of elevators. And not roller coasters, or... I'm a little afraid of planes, but not, like, terrified. I'm terrified of elevators. Quick little side note. Never heard of the rap group? That's right. Oh, okay. I thought you were referring to something about Arizona tea, and I was just like, I mean, I know you were, but I didn't piece together what you were saying. I was just like, there's a flavor of Arizona tea called That's Racist. I did not know what you were saying. I'm sorry. It's okay to not like a character and dislike their... I think you meant to like a character and dislike their actions. But yeah, I still like Lexi, but that ending scene in that was a little too much. Yeah, I agree. And no, I agree. I'm like, I love how much that fucked with Nate. I'm like, fuck you, bitch. He's an asshole. He deserves it. He deserves so much more than that. Just any other way, Lexi. Any other way, and I would have only enjoyed it. But I feel that conflict because it was a bit homophobic. I feel like I might be riding the bandwagon a bit here, but Sam Levinson is just not hitting the mark with writing arcs on any other character besides Rue and her family. I mean, I feel like we're still just too early to really tell that. Like, the finale, it's going to be kind of a make or break moment for a lot of characters this season specifically. Like, Nate, Cassie, and Maddie, those three characters, they need something really solid and big to happen to them, or for them to do something to justify like an actual arc this season. Otherwise, they kind of just did shit and just continued to do that shit for the whole season, which is not a character arc. But like I said, the finale will kind of determine that. But yeah, Rue's arc and story is just fucking like perfect, honestly. Jules hasn't had much of one, but it is there, and if all we get is what we've already gotten, I wish they would have, used her more, but I'll be alright with that. But yeah, we'll see. I don't think that TV movies do a great job of portraying bisexuality, which I'm assuming Nate is, which is why the whole locker room and play played differently with different viewers. I mean, it's still, even if he's bisexual or gay, that's still a homophobic kind of thing to do. So, I do see what you mean, though. And I'm gonna, here's a kind of bold take of the day for me. I personally don't think some movies and TV shows do a bad job of portraying bisexuality. I sometimes think audiences are not good at understanding what that is. Again, that is a little bit kind of shifting the blame, but I truly believe that. There are some shows, this show in particular, they haven't confirmed one way or another, but to me, it seems as if Nate and Cal are bisexual or pansexual, and I don't really think there's much you need to elaborate on with that, aside from perhaps one day confirming one way or the other. I just think a lot of people don't really understand that. Like, there's a lot of people who see a guy hook up with another guy, even though they've had like a girlfriend or something, and they're like, oh, they're actually gay, and it's like, well, they might be bi. Like, I definitely fall into that sometimes where I'm like, oh, sweet, they're gay, but then you find out later that no, they're actually just into both, and you're like, oh, all right, cool. I don't know, I just think, personally, I think audiences' snap reaction to that is almost never bisexuality. So I'm not so sure it's the shows and movies writing them badly as it is audiences just not getting it. Damn, Serena, holy shit. Do you think Nate and Jules will really get together by the end of the series? Unfortunately, y'all are going to hate me for saying this. Unfortunately, I think that is how it's going to end for both of those characters. I think 100% the two of them are going to be together by the end of it. I'm so sorry. I don't necessarily want it either, but if they do it right, there is a way to do it. There is a way to do it. It's going to be tough, and they better give people a lot of time to swallow that really tough pill, but I do think that's how it's going to end. And unfortunately, I do think the show is probably going to end with Rue relapsing. I don't think it's going to end with her dying. I think she's going to be clean for a long, long, long time, and then the very last moment of the show will probably be her relapsing. And again, that doesn't mean she died. That doesn't mean it's the end of the road. It just means, fuck, she relapsed. Time to do it all over again, which is how it works for addicts most of the time. It was homophobic because she was low-key mocking gay men. Exactly. You don't have to be hateful towards gay people to be homophobic. It was definitely meant to mock, though. No, it definitely was. Like, it was definitely falling on the stereotypes of a lot of things, and it didn't particularly sit well with me. It didn't completely turn me off or anything. I wasn't, like, massively offended, but I was a little bit. Like, her family dynamic with Leslie and Gia is so complex and real, but everything other than that is just flatlining from the arcs of season 1. You see, I don't agree with that. I feel like in terms of arcs, they might be flatlining a little bit, but the dynamics between all the characters, I feel like, is just as complex and real between Rue and Gia as it is between Lexi and Maddie in the last episode. I do agree that some of the arcs are kind of falling flat, but I think the actual characters and their interactions are just as complex and well written as they are for Rue. That's just my opinion. I'm kind of conflicted because I loved that Nate was embarrassed because, man, shit, he did. No, exactly. But yeah, outing someone is not funny. I agree. That's why I feel conflicted too, because I'm like, I laughed at the scene. You all can see in my reaction. I laughed at parts of it because I was like, that's funny. But it was pretty fucked. Like, it wasn't 100% altruistic. It was kind of shitty. So yeah. Are you a Cancer? No, my mom is though. I'm a Sagittarius. Fire sign. Easy to anger. As you can see. Amino? I think I just want to wait until the next episode where we see the rest of Lex's play to have a whole discussion about it so we can understand her intentions more. I do think the next episode is going to dramatically shift the conversation one direction or the other. I do agree with you there. But it's a show. They come out week by week, episode by episode for a reason. Like, you're meant to discuss this part of the play as we have it now. And then we're meant to discuss it again next week when we have the whole thing. I will admit, this is not me calling you out, by the way. It just reminded me. It does kind of frustrate me a little bit sometimes when people are like, don't judge the writing too hard in this episode. I'll bet, by the end of the season, it's great. Because I know, like, in some ways, it might seem like I do that too, but I only give it a pass so much. I'm like, it's released episode by episode, week by week for a reason. You're meant to discuss and accept what you've been given each episode. So if the writing in that episode doesn't feel right, but they, correct it in the next episode, that doesn't change that episode, the writing felt really off. You know what I mean? Is it only me who actually didn't understand the last part of the play? Like, I didn't get what Lexi wanted to show. I mean, I guess that's another thing about that moment. Like, that specific moment highlighted Nate, and it went all into Nate's character when every other part of the play was about the 5 main characters, the 5 girls. And they started that scene with it being like a conversation between Nate and Maddie, but then she left and it was just all about making fun of him. So it was really the only scene in the play that honestly didn't seem to have like a narrative purpose to it. But again, we haven't seen the ending, so we shall see. I mean, I guess that's not entirely true. Establishing him as a character would be kind of important since he's obviously affecting the character of Cassie so much, so I don't know. I kind of take that back, actually. Out of everyone, the one who needed to be asked is the choreographer. For real, though, who the fuck is who designed the sets? Who, taught them all the choreography and the dances and shit? Like, who the fuck? The dream was a little too real for it just to be a dream. I personally think so, but I see a few things, but what makes Nate gay? Well, again, I guess the biggest thing was all the dick pics on his phone. Like, there's only so many ways you can rationalize that. Like, everyone gets curious, sure, but not a lot of people save, 30 of them in their personal images. You're like, it's a little sus. That seems like I could read into that just a little bit. There's also weird moments he has with McKay where he gets incredibly touchy, where on one hand you could read it as aggression, but on the other hand you could read it as aggressive flirtation. I think there's plenty in the show that implies he could be. Nothing that has said he is, which is another fucked up reason for her to be outing him as this gay guy when it has never 100% been confirmed any which way. You haven't seen full episodes. You should. It's a really good show. I don't want to ignore the Euphoria community. I mean, there's a lot of stuff and people in there that I do enjoy, discussing and talking about, but it was just this last episode got really on my nerves. Do a Euphoria makeup look. I'm so bad. I could not do it. I would need someone to do it for me. Especially because the makeup on that show is sick and would require some moderate skill. Although I was watching a makeup tutorial, or it was like a skincare and makeup tutorial with Alexa Demie. It was like, follow Euphoria star Alexa Demie on her morning routine. I was like, okay. I never watched videos like that, but I was like, I'm curious. And I was just sitting there watching it the whole time, just very curious about what she had to say and how she got herself ready. I was like, maybe if I watched this video and followed it step by step, maybe I could. Maybe. Do you think Cal molested Nate? I'm not sure if it was Cal. I do think Nate was assaulted. That is my opinion. But I don't necessarily think it's Cal. I will bet if that is the case, I will bet it's like a friend of Cal's. Ooh, that would be really shitty if it was Derek. Ooh, that would actually really fucking suck. That I don't want. That I would agree with people, I don't want that. But the thought just popped in my head. That would suck. But I do personally think he was assaulted, and I think it was probably a friend of Cal's, which is why he blames Cal for it. He's like, you're the one who left me with this dude who did what he did. I really think that's what happened. And that's my personal story with, my own life. So I know a lot of people don't want to see that story on the show, but for me, I'm like, so far what I've seen, if that's the case, that is really, really hitting home. Like, it's genuine, which is why I like it. So I don't know, but we'll see. We will see. Maybe it was just a fucked up dream. Both Levinson was attracted to the project because it was dealing with subject matter he lived through, and he put his own experiences in, but it's a remake of an Israeli show. I can't fucking believe that. What's the name of the Israeli show? Is it also called Euphoria? I didn't see hate, but if others did, well then, that couldn't have felt good at all. If you're referring to the comment section in the last video, no, but I've had plenty of videos where I got overwhelming hate for, something, which was not great. One of them, it was kind of entertaining just because I was like, I was such a snarky asshole back to all the people. They would say some shitty thing on my video, and I'd be like, oh yeah, well, and I was just having fun with it. I'm in the middle of watching episode 5 of Raised by Wolves. Oh, fuck off. Oh wait, season 1? I thought you meant season 2, and I was like, I want to watch it. Or you might be talking about season 2. Fuck you. Raised by Wolves. It's so good. I'm gonna watch Raised by Wolves just because you recommended it. Yes! They better pay me for that. Hope it's good. I hope you like it. I really do. I love the show. Like, it is really wild. Like, it will have you thinking a lot. And very true. You can always, if you finish an episode and you're like, what the fuck? Just go to my reaction and take a look. Maybe I was also like, what the fuck? Or I was like, oh, I get it. No. We can help each other out. Need to subscribe again for different TV commentary. You should. Do you think Kyle molested Nate from the ages of 8 to 9? Again, I'm like, I think it was probably a friend. Probably, I hope. Or I don't hope, but you know what I mean. For it to be your own dad would be an extra level of damn, but we'll see. Oh, you draw? Sweet. Lexi is sort of like Gia. Yeah, kind of both are neglected, the afterthoughts of their own family and friends. I don't know if I even said this in one of these, but I vowed, like, my New Year's resolution this year was to not be the afterthought of anybody, because I also struggle with that. I feel like where, I care so much more about this other person who just barely puts any effort into me, so I'm just, left in the dust after really putting in a lot of effort and all that, and I'm done doing that. So I vowed this year and all years to come, I will not be the afterthought. If someone doesn't give a shit about me, I will show the same level of disinterest in them. Like, I'm playing the world as fairly as it's played me. I don't know why I went into all that, but now you know. Damn, you guys write so fast. I'm sorry. I can't. There's too many. I can't. There. Holy shit! I'm still going up. Oh, no problem, Lil Wimborn. I hope you're having a good night, Tim. I'm so sorry, everybody. I have to skip, like, all of these. Again, if it was important, if you really want me to, like, respond to something you asked or said, just put it down again, and I'll try and get it this time. Alright, I'll start right there. The singer of Slipknot was molested as a teen, and he wrote about that in his book, Seven Deadly Sins. It's very intense reading and how it influenced his life, really, and fucked him up a lot. Yeah, I will say, for me, having had that happen to me when I was, like, 6 years old, it does make me constantly wonder, and I wish I could, stop having these thoughts, but it does make me constantly wonder, like, if that hadn't happened to me, would I be straight? Would I have never discovered that I was gay? Like, what does that mean for me? And again, I'm excited about the prospect of the show potentially diving into that. I do understand why some people absolutely would not, though, just because it does put a negative image on the gay community. And I think if they're going to do that, they really need to add another male gay character in the next season who's just a good dude, so we can balance that out a little bit. But to all the people who are like, we don't like to see, gay men represented like that, it sucks, but they exist, and that's pretty fucking unfortunate too. Do you think Euphoria should include more black writers on the show? Yes. More black writers, more black characters. Because they just fucking dropped McKay like fucking... Oh yeah, okay, you just said that. Yeah, the way they wrote out McKay was really fucked. I didn't realize that was him being written off the show when I reviewed that first episode, and I was like, oh, this episode's so great, it was great seeing everybody, and then people told me in the comments, like, oh yeah, that's how they wrote him out. I'm like, wait, what? That's fucking lame. That would have dropped the episode like a whole point value for me, because that's super not cool. Oh, damn, you guys are writing so fast again. Raised by Wolves equals what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? Okay, show me more. You're like, show me more. Let's figure this shit out. And you almost never do, but you keep wanting more anyways. It's such a good show. It's actually so good. Don't binge it, just go week by week. It's so much more fun. Last episode of season 1 was disappointing to me. I really liked the ending of season 1. I think it was the episode before the finale that I was kind of like, ugh, I don't know if I'm digging this. And then I saw the finale and I was like, I'm digging it. I don't fucking know what's happening, but I dig it. Yes, please, Tina. Random question, but have you ever watched Shameless? Yes, and I loved it for like the first 2 seasons, but then I think around season 3 and 4 is when quite literally every single main character was just a fucking idiot or a horrible piece of shit, and I was like, I can't do this anymore, man. Like, I could only take so much of it. And I think when Fiona also joined the mass of just dumb ass or fucked up decisions, I was like, yeah, I'm out. Sorry. So I never watched the final season of Shameless, but I did make it through a lot of it. Oh, thank you, Picture Perfect. I think so too. Season 2 is amazing in my honest opinion. You're talking about Raised by Wolves? Because so far I've only seen the first 3 episodes, but I'm like, damn, this shit's good. Like, better than the first season from what I've seen. It's fucking good. Oh, I'm enjoying it. I always feel I bother people, so I have second thoughts of sending messages. I mean, I feel like I send a pretty infrequent amount of messages to people, kind of for similar reasons. I'm like, I feel like less is more is usually a way of living for me. I love Shameless, but after Fiona left, it went downhill. Wait, was she not in the final season? Because she was in all the seasons that I watched. And I'm pretty sure I watched all, like, the first 6 seasons. I was feeling a bother. Anyone just sick of Cassie? Like, I can't wait for her to get her butt in her on Sunday. I don't know what's going to happen to her on Sunday. I could easily see her being the one who, like, comes out on top. But yeah, she's getting on my nerves, too. I personally want Maddie to just... Here's what I want to happen. I want her to, you know, go down there and try to ruin the play or whatever, because I think that's what they implied with the trailer. The finale is one of the few Euphoria episodes I did watch the trailer for. I was like, I'm too excited. I got to see this. And it looks for sure to me that Fez is going to die. But if it's not Fez, I think it's going to be Ashtray. And either way, it's going to fucking break my heart. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be one of those two. But anyways, I think Cassie, or not I just hope, Cassie walks down, tries to fuck up the play, and Maddie gets up out of her seat and says, "The fuck you think?" and just beats her ass. I'm like, Cassie, you need it. Some people need to have their ass beat. I'm sorry, but it's the truth, and Cassie is not understanding it any other way, so Maddie... beat her the fuck. Like, I just really want that to happen. And for Maddie to, like, protect Lexi would just give me all the best vibes. I would love that. Good vibes. No, yeah, for real. Just reading the Crystal Gem things, yes. Zendaya retweeted you as part of a reaction compilation. No, I saw. I know a lot of you have been like, did you see? And it's like, I've already replied to a bunch of them, so that's why I don't want to reply to every single one of them. But yes, I have seen that Zendaya retweeted the reaction compilation, to which I say, that's super fucking cool, but my clip in that compilation is very short and all the way at the end, so I think it is probably likely that Zendaya didn't actually see me. It's still really cool to be retweeted by her. Oh, no, you're all good, Eric. And there are no Asian characters on the show. Oh shit, you're right. That especially wouldn't fly for my high school. My high school had a very skewed majority population of white students and Asian students. And, you know, obviously we had everybody, but those were the two majority races in the school. And you're right, I haven't seen any Asian, at least main characters, maybe Asian characters, period, on the show. I don't know why that's like got me stumped right now, because I never even thought about that show. Did you notice that Cassie was in the same place as Jules and Nate, so I can do that to her too? Oh no, yeah, I noticed that too. Did I put that in my reaction? I might have cut that a little bit, but no, there was a part where I did have that in the reaction where when Cassie gets like pushed down, it's like Jules' hair and makeup and everything, but it's clearly Cassie in that place. So yeah, I thought that was cool. Or not cool, but you know, just that scene was so artistically done. I did like that. The third kid in the picture was just playing a Dairy song on Reddit. No way. I was only sexually harassed by this old guy, and even that experience greatly affected me. I thought I'm asexual for a long time, or that something was wrong with me. I had sex the first time at 28. I also didn't lose my virginity until I was 23, which, I mean, it's pretty late compared to a lot of people. But, yeah, I also considered for a little bit, I'm like, maybe I'm just not into sex at all? Maybe I just don't like that? Oh, I do. No, yeah, having that be a part of your upbringing, especially when you're young, or old, but I say especially when you're young and just learning about the world in general, it really, really messes with your psyche. I actually wanted to drop by and say I love your reactions. Oh, thank you, Janice. I always find a way to make my day. Oh, honestly, because I have work tomorrow. But good night. Oh, good night. Thank you for dropping in. I hope you have an amazing weekend too. The show has so many scenes that are artistic fantasy that it makes it hard to tell if it's to be taken as literal or exaggerated expression sometimes. You see, I still, with every show I watch, typically, that's not a steadfast rule, but almost with every show I watch it as if it's literal until proven otherwise. Like, I don't like to watch things being like, maybe that didn't really just happen. I'll wait to think about, how I feel about that. Like, I want to feel it right fucking now. So I see the scene, I'm like, oh damn, that just fucking happened. That's crazy. And then if later on in the episode or movie or whatever, they're like, oh no, that didn't really happen, I'll be like, oh, okay, alright, cool. But I still treat it as if it is real until they tell me it's not. Don't think us Asians will get involved in these shenanigans. I'm like, you fucking crazy. The Asians in my high school, they were wild. I mean, everyone was wild. We were fucking teenagers. But, yeah, no, I know. I don't want to name drop her. I'll make a fake name for her. Belina Bobbington. She was fucking insane. She was like the smallest little person. She wasn't like a little person, but she was just very short. And she would just go insane. Like at school, she was so prim and proper and just like, got straight A's, and she wasn't like uptight or anything. She was really cool and fun to talk to, just really chill. And then you got her to a party, and I swear this girl, she became a whole other entity. Like, she ascended to another level every time. And if they had a character like that on Euphoria, oh man, that would make me immediately think of, what did I call her? Belina Bobbington? Belina, that's right. Belina Bobbington, if you're out there, if you're watching, I love you. You're awesome. You always made every party that much more fun. They were never as fun as Euphoria parties, but she tried to get it to that level. She really did. And you were just super cool to talk to and hang out with. But if Euphoria works like the show's scans, folks come and go over time. That's true. I don't think it'll work like that, though. I personally don't think this will be a show where it's like, oh, Rue and Nate and all of them are now going to college. Well, we're staying here in school. Like, tell me the name of the school. You can't. I don't know the fucking name of the school. Or I'm sure some of you do, actually. What is it? Actually, no, I kind of think I do know it. Is it East Highland or something? But still, the show isn't like, oh, this show is about these, like, the crazy going-ons at this school, kind of the way Degrassi was. The show is very much Rue's show and Rue's, like, adjacent people around her. So I think when they go to college, we're going to college with them. Or the show ends. I hope it doesn't. I hope it follows them into college and, continues on with their struggles as they grow up into adults. They could have given more screen time to Ollie. They could have. But I think they did give him a decent amount. Don't get me wrong, I love Lexi, Fez, Cassie, and Maddie, but, like, what about McKay? Yeah, what about McKay, man? Like, McKay's the one where I'm like, what the fuck? Why did you just write him out? For some of the other characters, I'm like, I understand why we're not seeing them right now. I understand why they're not really the focus. But for McKay especially, I'm like, why the fuck did they do that? Shameless started so good and Fiona was amazing, but it kept going downhill. Yeah. Posted earlier that I think Nate's nightmare was him afraid that he might be gay, not because of abuse, but that he would turn on by the tapes, essentially afraid to turn into his dad. I think I saw your comment on the video, and if I'm being completely honest, I probably downvoted it. Again, nothing personal, I just disagree with that opinion. I really think that dream was laying it out for us in a very specific way, but again, I'm not like steadfast on that one. I'm willing to admit I was wrong if they prove me wrong on the show. This is also why I needed to do this on a live stream, because again, I would just be saying that same thing to so many comments. I'm like, I don't really want to do that. I'd rather just say it to you all at once. I feel like you don't have the patience for other shameless characters. I mean, honestly, don't either. I get legit pissed at them. Yeah, I don't. I can have patience for a TV show. Like, Raised by Wolves, I will admit, it's a show that requires you to have some patience, because they don't answer everything, like, right away, or at all, as of yet. You have to be patient to get the answers you want to get, and I'm fine with that. But when it's characters that are just being horrible, I don't have the patience to see them get better at some point sometimes. So I'm just like, no, dude, this just fucking sucks. Like, I don't want to watch this. I believe that was season 11. Maybe I didn't watch a lot of the show, actually. I thought for sure I was, like, at the end of it. But I'll always love me some Mickey and Ian. See, I hated that couple. They were terrible. Like, they had their moments where they were sweet, but especially how it started, like, Jesus Christ. It's weird, though. By the end of the show, I definitely liked Mickey a lot more than Ian. And that was unfortunate, because Ian was my favorite character at the start. I'm a Virgo, that's my zodiac sign. Not easy to anger. Lucky. Scissors 7. Sounds interesting. If Ash or Fez dies, I will die. I'm telling you, they're going to. One of them is going to. And it's gonna suck. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt really bad. I fully intend to cry or be upset in the next episode. I will admit, sometimes when characters die, I don't cry from it. I'm just, like, upset. I'm angry in the moment, and I can't cry when I'm, like, super pissed. So I might not cry in the next episode if one of them dies, but I very well might. We'll see. Hopefully just one of them doesn't die. That would be great, but I'm telling you. Do we think Fez dies or gets arrested? I think there's a big change if he gets arrested. I mean, if he gets arrested, that would be not good, but it's a lot better than him dying. Manny's a better sister to Lexi than her own sister. After that one scene, I agree with you. That shit was so cute. She's like, everybody feels stupid. Who gives a fuck? Just do you. Oh, I love Maddie. I think I can officially say that now after the last episode especially. I genuinely think my favorite character on the whole show is Maddie. Like, I really, really like her. The only thing hanging it up on that is what she did to an innocent person in the last season. And I really hope they address that in season 3, because they just pretended like that did not happen in this season, and I am a little bothered by that. But regardless, the way they have shaken things up, I think Maddie is at the top of my list now. I could see Ash getting arrested, and that shot of Fez seemingly on the ground was while he was being taken away. I mean, if they arrest Ash, he's still a minor. Things wouldn't be as bad for him. Not great, but not as bad. For Fez, though, he fucked. Are you gonna watch and react to Ring of Power? Hell yes. Hell yes. I don't have a whole lot of faith in the show, if I'm being perfectly honest, because the Hobbit movies really turned me off to, like, the Tolkien universe in live action anymore. But I really want that show to be amazing, so yes, I will be watching it, and I hope it's good. I'm so hopeful. The actor that plays Elliot is half Asian and black. Oh, well, I guess there's one then. If it dies, I will legit. Yeah, I'm telling you. Took off work Monday because I figured I'd be crying late Sunday night. I have work off Monday as well, but that's because I talked to my manager a couple weeks ago, and I was like, can I get Mondays off instead of Sundays off? Because it's kind of annoying working 3 days, get Sunday off, then have to come back to work on Monday when I would much rather be doing my Euphoria videos. So she was like, oh yeah, that's cool. So now I just work Thursday through Sunday, and then I get the Monday off so I can actually do the videos. Oh, my baby, like, I literally yelled at Rhea when she pushed him. Yeah. Do you think the last episode was cohesive? I think it was super cohesive, actually. As disjointed as it might look, like if you were to cut all the audio out of the episode, I think it would be a super disjointed looking episode. But the narrative really just brought everything together. Like, it was fantastic. Like, it was my second favorite of the season. I love that episode. It was tainted a little bit by how irritated I got with comments on the last video, but I'm already feeling a little better about that, and I love that last episode. I thought it was so good. Which season do you like better so far? Ooh, you might all hate me for this. I think season 1 was much better. I don't think season 2 is bad by any means. I think it is really fantastic, but I don't know, season 1, I liked the look of the show better. I don't like the film look as much as I think a lot of people do. I don't hate it, but I'm also not like a film snob who's like, it needs to be on film, otherwise it's not art. And I personally think this show works with the really bright colors that we got more in season 1 than we do now. And as far as narratives, I agree with what, I'm so sorry, I don't remember who said it earlier, but I agree that some of the story arcs are falling kind of flat in this season. Some characters basically just aren't getting an arc, they're just existing within the narrative, which, that's not terrible, but ideally you want your main characters to all have an arc of some kind. So yeah, I personally think season 1 was much better. What's your least fave episode of season 2 so far? My least favorite? The second episode, for sure. That one, I still am like, the writing felt really weird. It was the only episode of Euphoria that I kind of got a little bored during. You know. I'm curious, what's all your least favorite of the season? Do you know Zavid? Who's Zavid? No, I don't think so. Zavid? If we do a collab, you'll die. I'll do a collab. Who is this person? We hope any comment I made caused any disrespect. No, you're fine, you're fine. No one was disrespectful in the comments. I should reiterate that. No one was like super rude to me or anything. It was just frustrating for me personally, just getting the same thing over and over again. There's nothing any of you did. You're all good. I don't think you read my comment, but yes, you have comment anxiety. I did read your comment, didn't I? I remember you talking about having a really anxiety-ridden day, and I hope I made it better. Or are you talking about your comment on the video? What's the craziest thing you did in high school? Craziest thing? I was such a goody two-shoes in high school. Like, I didn't really do crazy shit. What's the craziest thing I did? Does it have to be on high school property or just when I was in high school, like a teenager? Because in high school, the craziest thing I ever did was get myself locked on the roof once. It's not that crazy, it's just wasn't supposed to be up there and I got myself locked. Oops. And I had to fucking jump off the roof. I was not about to get caught. I was not about to get caught. So I fucking jumped off the roof. Like, I found a spot where it wasn't gonna, you know, like, break my legs or something, but that shit hurted. How dare you describe me, a Belinda? Best and most fun party I have ever been to was an LGBT Halloween party. For some reason, I just felt really at ease there. I had so much fun the entire night. Oh, that does sound like fun. I don't even know what, like, the best party I've ever been to is. I feel like every party I've been to, in a way, is kind of the same, but I like them all. Like, it's just fun to, like, listen to music and hang out and dance with people and drink. It's good times. Catching up with what NerdGuy is saying while responding to comments. No one deserves hate when they work hard to give others content. Again, no one really gave me hate in this last video. Like, a couple people were shitty about it, but most people were not. But I have had plenty of videos where overwhelmingly I'll get a lot of hate, and that's not fun. Hope Cassie gets a decent redemption arc next season. I think the character and actress deserve it. I do agree. I completely agree with that. I think it's been fun watching Cassie just, you know, fuck it all up. Just become the most horrible person ever. That's an exaggeration, obviously. But, yeah, I want to see her get a redemption. I like Cassie. I loved Cassie in the first season. She was my favorite character in the first season. Wasn't she? I'm pretty sure she was. And she just fell and fell and fell. So I would like to see her get a solid redemption arc. And 10 episodes next season, god damn it. I'm tired of this 8-episode bullshit. So annoying. Don't worry. Not in a completely bad mood again, just a little irritated. God damn it. Yeah, fuck it. I'll retweet it one more time, maybe. Some people will see it. I worked damn hard on that comic page. I'm gonna be mad if it doesn't get a little more recognition. Like, it's doing okay. I'm being ungrateful when it comes to that. But still, I'm like, dude, that comic page is... Mwah, that shit hot. I'm just saying. Like, more people need to see this shit. Catching... Okay, is not on the season because he refused to get vaccinated. No way. No fucking way is that real. Confirm that for me. If you confirm that for me, then fuck that actor. He deserved to get booted off the show like that. If that's not the case, though, then, you know, back to square one. Lesbian hosted parties are the best for me. Gourmet food. I mean, my sister... Yeah, the party I went to with her was pretty damn good. My sister Jessica is lesbian. You might be onto something. In an interview, Algie Smith said he doesn't even know why the writers let him go, which is even more fucked up. Oh, okay, so I'm getting conflicting reports here. Shameless at the end. Debbie had a kid. What? Why? And Lip has a kid. What? What? What the fuck? I hate that. I hate that. Very carrying the way I relate. I surround myself with people who want to hear what I have to say. I love my name. Ollie character, nice to see a positive, evolved black man character on screen. No, yeah, I love Ollie as a character. I think they've done a good job having him be like a solid mentor archetype, while still being very complex. Ooh, they released a small spoiler. Ooh. How would a fan account be able to release a spoiler, though? Mickey was my favorite character, the only one who had a lot of character development. True, he had a lot of character development. He was one of the few characters where I'm like, you're getting better. Everyone else is getting worse, and you are getting so much better. Plus, as a fire sign, I can relate to him being angry as fuck all the time. No, yeah, exactly. I can too. Like, he pissed me off with how angry he would be about some things, especially in the first season, but beyond that, I was like, man, I actually like this guy a lot. And Ian slowly pissed me off more and more. I think the episode, or the season when he started, like, dancing at the club, that was when I was like, alright, fuck off. Like, I got so mad at him. Like, you were in such a good spot, and you just fucking threw it all away. Like, you fucking idiot. Oh, good night, Crystal. Oh, that's why I got confused. There's an amethyst crystal and an amethyst eyes in here. Sorry. Euphoria and The Handmaid's Tale are both shows that I watch, but it caused me to be upset. I really gotta watch The Handmaid's Tale. I'm excited to watch it too. I saw like a billboard for it when I was driving to work the other day, and I'm like, I don't know why. It's something about that show. I'm just like, I feel like I'm gonna fucking love that show. Like, it's gonna hurt my feelings, but it's gonna be so good. That some leave you with positive feelings of enjoyment, but you just can't stop watching. I definitely watch more shows that leave me with negative feelings, which kind of explains my temper, I suppose. But there are shows that I'll watch that are just all positive, good vibes. Like, Love, I think, is a very positive vibes kind of show that just makes me feel good all the time. And I put that on all the time. That is my guilty pleasure. Like, let's put that on in the background so I can just kind of zone out and chill. Love with Paul Rudd and... Not Paul Rudd. Paul Rust and... What's his name? Judd Apatow? Not the other one that's on Netflix. Do you think Cal had sex with Cassie from Nate's Nightmare? I mean, that I think was definitely just figurative in the nightmare. But, I mean, shit, who knows? Fez got arrested. Ash would be put into foster care, I'm assuming. Yeah, if he's a minor and there's no legal guardian to take care of him, he would have to. And that would, that'd be fucking awful. Good night, Lil Wimborne. I don't react to movies on here just because copyright issues in the past have been a nightmare, but I think I have that solved, so maybe I'll react to some movies on here. Maybe. It would just take me so much longer to edit a movie reaction than a TV show reaction, which is another reason I haven't done it yet, but there's a good chance I'll start doing it for at least some movies. Same, Hobbit movies were quite disappointing. Yeah, I really disliked the Hobbit movies, like quite a bit disliked them. My boyfriend is obsessed with the Lord of the Rings universe, so I can't wait to hear what he says as well. I love the books. I say that, but I've never read the Silmarillion just because it is so fucking long. I will at some point because I like the universe and the lore, but the actual Lord of the Rings trilogy and the Hobbit, the books, like, they're so good. So yeah, I hope the show is also like going to live up to that. It's apparently the most expensive like show ever created, so it better be. What do you mean if it comes? Oh, if it comes to that, okay. I was like, if it comes out, it's got a trailer already. I'm holding out on my fave, but Ruby though. Oh wait, that actually makes me come to another question. Lori in the 5th episode called Rue Ruby Bennett. Is Rue just short for Ruby? I thought her name was just Rue, like after the flower, like Rue from the Hunger Games. I never even considered that it might be short for like Ruby. So did they kind of confirm in that episode that her name is actually Ruby Bennett? I thought that maybe Rue just gave her a fake name. She's like, oh, Ruby, you know? Would you ever want YouTube to be your full-time job? Hell yes. Even if I get pissed, I know, especially now, I know I can just come on here, rant it out, you know, chat it all up with you, and I already feel so much fucking better. So, hell yes, I want this to be my full-time job. To be able to make videos and, like, the reactions, I will say, aren't, like, my passion. The reactions, honestly, are more just for you guys. I know that people like to, you know, see if their reactions matched up with other people's, or to kind of experience the shows together, and that's really cool. I like that. But what I really feel like good about are my reviews, because that, I'm like, I have a degree in film. I know what I'm talking about. This is where I feel like I am, it sounds super egotistical to say, but like I feel like a professional in that regard. So for that reason alone, I'm like, hell yes, I want this to be a full-time job, to like do something I feel good at and enjoy doing for money that can sustain me. Fuck yeah. What other shows would you want to do videos on if you could do as many as you want? I can't do as many as I want though. Like, at the even if it was a full-time job and I gave myself like 2-3 weeks to kind of like catch up and just film, the most I could do is like 5 videos a week, you know, Monday through Friday essentially. So I can only do like 5 shows at once essentially, but I have so many that I would like to do. I don't think I would do Drag Race for the channel. Maybe I would. I don't know. I just don't want to do reality shows for the channel. I don't necessarily look down on reality TV, but at the same time, it doesn't feel up to par to what I would like want to put time and review effort into. Like for a reality show especially, like what am I doing for the review section? I'm like, oh, the cinematography, it was a reality show, you know? I guess I could just do a breakdown and be like, ooh, the drama, let's discuss. But still, I don't know. It doesn't really fit my vibe, I guess. Maybe. We can always discuss. Though Dominic is mixed, I can still understand the frustration that Asian community has because they get upset when people label biracial people, black and white, as black. Why does it frustrate you? I'm not like starting shit, I'm just genuinely curious. What's your time zone? I'm on the West Coast. I'll be here if there's another live. Yes, please. Please join for another. I'm in Slovakia. Holy shit. How's it out there? I want to restart my channel. Would you do a collab with me? Fuck yeah! What do you want to do a collab on? Zavid is another reaction channel. Well, let me look it up. I don't know why I didn't do that in the first place, but... Zavid. Oh, okay, I do know Zavid. I just didn't know the channel name, apparently. And it's funny that you mentioned that, because I saw his reaction earlier for episode 5 and 6, and I was just like, you can't combine them like that. You gotta space them out. What the fuck are you doing? But then I saw the amount of views he got on there, and I was like, never mind, you're doing it right, I guess. Episode 3 feels flat. Really? I liked episode 3. The one with Cal I thought was pretty good. I sometimes forgot to leave a comment, but I try to like and comment on every video I watch. Oh, thank you. Although you're doing well. I am. I am now. Do you watch other shows apart from the ones you react to? Oh yeah, definitely. Like, there's probably much more that I watch off the channel than I do on the channel. Actually, that's not true. A year ago, I would have said that was true. Now, most of the stuff I watch is probably on the channel. But usually it's stuff that either I just don't like the fandom for it, and they're just shitty to me on YouTube videos, so I'm like, I'm just gonna, I'll just watch that on me own. Like, that's what I'm doing for Attack on Titan now, because I love the show, but I fucking hate the fan base, and I don't want to do more videos for it. Which is unfortunate, because that show is so good and really deserves, like, in-depth commentary on each episode, but I don't have it in me to do that show anymore. You jumped off a roof. I did. I did. Had to do it. Don't even want to think about my craziest high school experiences. I definitely went to Euphoria high type of school. I mean, mine was, it was a mix. It was like, it just depended on which friend group you were a part of, because you could easily be a part of the Euphoria group, or you could be a part of just the, you know, the nerds who don't do anything. For like freshman year of high school, I was part of the nerds that didn't do anything, and then every year after that, I definitely swayed more into the drama. High school, you gotta have some drama. My very best friend of all time, we stopped being friends. We said, fuck you, I'm never talking to you again, type shit, in like junior year of high school, and didn't talk to each other all the way until senior year, when we made up, and are still best friends to this day. 10 years after high school. I can't believe this is my 10-year, reunion this year. That's fucking crazy. The actor from McKay said he doesn't know why the show let him go. Okay. I don't know. If he doesn't know why the show let him go, then I'm like, what the fuck, man? Why would you just ditch that character? Like, that makes no sense. We get an Ali backstory. I don't know if I want an Ali backstory. That's definitely gonna make me cry. Like, so much so that I might have to, like, pause the episode. I'll be, like, shake sobbing if they get too deep into that. That being said, I do want them to have it. It's just, you know what I mean. I don't want to feel all that. Veronica and Kevin on Shameless had twins, and their surrogates was Veronica's mom. What? That is so... Oh, I actually remember that. I do remember that. I loved Veronica and Kevin at the start, but even they started being fucking assholes towards the end. Just read that interview. Yes, the actor said he complied with all COVID-19 protocols. Okay, yeah, so that's bullshit. Yeah, then that's just really dumb with the show for them to just be like, all right, Cassie and him are broken up. Well, I guess he's out of the story. I'm like, he didn't start the show just being attached to Cassie. Like, their storylines were intertwined for sure, but he had plenty of his own stuff going on with, his football career and dealing with a really toxic, fucked up frat who, like, sexually assaulted him at one point. Like, come on, there's so much you can do with that. And they were like, nah, let's watch Cassie be a fucking asshole to everybody. Are you going to watch Severance? No, I don't have Apple TV. So anything Apple TV, I'm just not going to be able to watch it. So does Ruth stay sober? I don't think she will. I personally think that the very end of the show will be her relapsing, but I do think she's going to have very long stretches throughout the show where she is clean. What movies do you want to see me react to? I've seen a lot of movies. I'm a film major. Do you play video games? Yes, I do. Sometimes I do it as a stream on this channel, but I haven't in a long time, just because, again, it's a lot of effort to, like, set it all up. Have you seen Kanye West? I'm just gonna answer no. I don't fucking like Kanye West in the slightest. So anything having to do with Kanye West, I intentionally avoid at all costs. I'm like, nope, fuck that shit. Get it out of my face. I hate him. I really hate him. But your reaction got me to your channel. Which reaction? What are you talking about? I have a theory that either Gia or Ash will die. I swear to God, if they kill Gia, that is too much. That is too much. Fuck, they might do that, actually. As soon as you said that, I'm like, oh God. Oh, fuck. Don't do that. Especially after what Rue's mom said to her in the last episode, I'm gonna fight to save her. Like, instead of losing, 1 or 2 daughters, I'm gonna fight to save her. Oh, I swear to Christ, if they kill Gia, I'm gonna kill you for telling me that. Oh, dude, that would suck. That would suck. Angry vids getting reviews and money, I guess. Are you ever gonna do more Let's Plays? I don't want to say I will, because I have so much shit I do every day. Like, I'm taking a large chunk out of it just to do this stream, because I had a lot I needed to get off my chest, obviously. But I just don't know when I'm able to do it. Like, I'm constantly either working on my not safe for work artwork on my other Twitter account, trying to start doing like commissions and stuff for that. Constantly like trying to put up a video on this channel and editing for it, or filming for it, or making a thumbnail for it. And if I'm not doing one of those 2 things, I'm at like my day job that pays the bills. It's endless. But yeah, I have done Detroit Become Human twice. Once normally and once drunk as fuck. And that was really fun. Ghost of Tsushima. Yep, Ghost of Tsushima was a lot of fun as well. Done The Last of Us Part 2. What else did I do? Uncharted. I've done a bunch of stuff. Would you go back to do a show like Peaky Blinders? Ooh, okay, yes. Peaky Blinders has been on my list for a while, because that's a show I've been wanting to watch, but I've missed out on like the craze. So yes, that will be popping up. So I will be going back to do shows that I haven't done before. But I will say, any shows that I kind of, am going back for are going to take a back seat in terms of priority, just because I do have to think about monetization a little bit, and like my Euphoria videos, they gotta be first and foremost, because they are making me the absolute most out of probably anything I've done on the channel, actually. So that needs to have my focus. And when Moon Knight comes out, that needs to have my focus, as opposed to like The Witcher or Hawkeye, which, it's come and gone. I do want to watch it, and I will watch it all for the channel, but that's taking a backseat in terms of priority, because I got other shit that I really need to focus on. I don't like to think about things through like the lens of what's going to get me the most money, but I do have to kind of start thinking like that if I want to really make this channel like something big. You can do reviews of movies you watch in theaters. I do. I have a whole review section that I do that for. I don't do it for every movie that I watch, obviously, but most of them I just do a live stream. I'm like, alright, I just saw Black Widow, let's talk about it. The movie was very I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. We have the same BNHA poster. Oh, nice. My friend gave that to me. That was a gift. I believe that with all the Gia is going through, she would commit suicide. Oh, don't say that. I wasn't even thinking that. I had a completely different idea as to what might happen. That would fucking blow, man. Love the live. Anyway, I came from Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and it's 12. So it's like the afternoon for you. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock at night over here. How's it going all the way out in Indonesia? Cal had the best backstory, hands down. I think the best backstory was Cassie's. If you're talking about this season, I agree, Cal, but I think Cassie's backstory in the first season, that was so good. It made that character so much more sympathetic for me. Well, Slovakia is neighbors with Ukraine. Apparently some people in the east heard exploration, so Slovakia might go tense. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. But we are in NATO, so hopefully we are fine, but we are a tiny country. I mean, all my thoughts are with you. I sincerely hope everything goes fine, because that shit was fucking crazy. Yeah, that shit is crazy. The shit going on in Texas right now with trans kids is also fucking crazy. Like, yesterday, there was just, like, so much bad news piled up. It was hard to keep track of everything. But yeah, I hope you stay safe. Watch some of them. That's why I was out. Watching The Gilded Age. It's like looking at Versailles. You already know if I did do a collab with Zabid, he would absolutely just be roasting the shit out of me the whole video. And there's no way I'd be quick-witted enough to keep up with him. Like, he would just be boom, boom. He'd look like shit. Fuck you. Like, I'd just be sitting there like, I'm just trying to watch the episode. Which would be fun. I think that would actually be fun. Yeah, I'm fine and safe where I am. Good. I don't think my country is currently in danger, but we are already getting a lot of people running from Ukraine. I would imagine so. McKay didn't get vaccinated, that's why. You see, I think you're the only one saying that, though. Like, I haven't seen anything else to confirm that. 10 years, I thought you were, like, 21. No, I just look like a baby. I'm 28. But also, McKay is in college, so I guess maybe they didn't know how to include him. I don't see how that's that hard. Like, I don't know. Have you seen The Fallout? No. I think it was my battery's dying, so I have to go. I'll see you later, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Leave Gia the fuck alone. She's been through enough. Yeah, for real. When you label biracial people as black, you also partake in erasure of monoracial black people. While there are some similarities, there's just a level of privilege that biracial people have. Oh, okay, I see you. I get you. That makes sense. I just asked because my friend, he was Filipino and black and took a lot of offense to when people didn't call him black. Or not, he didn't take like a lot of offense to it, but he was just like, you know, I wish people would see me that way, but they just don't. Like, he'll even have people who would get on his shit for like using the N-word or something, because they're like, you're not black, you can't say that. And he's like, I am though. So that was why I was curious. I doubt Gia would die. She hasn't had a backstory episode yet. I don't think that's necessarily a reason to keep her safe. I hope she... Damn it. You put it in my head, and now I'm like, fuck, maybe that's what's gonna happen, but I'm hoping it's not. I bet that the very last scene of Euphoria Season 2 is gonna be Cassie holding a pregnancy test. If they do that again, though, I'll be like, but we just went through this. Like, I know for this one, if it was Nate's baby, there ain't no way she's getting an abortion for that. She would absolutely keep it. Oh, that would fucking suck. I don't know. There's so many ways that this finale might fucking suck. We'll see. Aww. Oh, that's so cute. Sorry, I gotta comment on my comic page. The only reason I don't link it is because I have a distinct feeling most of you all would not only not like it, but I feel like you would also be like, oh. I feel like it would make you have a completely different image of me in a way that would not be good. Like, I don't do anything illegal or bad. It's just, it's very niche. And, like, so niche, I think there would be a bunch of people that would be like, oh, no. And when I say that, I'm not talking about some gross shit. I don't draw like scat or some shit. I'm just saying it's, well, the more people I show it to, the more people have been like, oh damn, this is really good. So it is kind of surprising, but I still feel like a majority of people would not be like that. Why would Gia die in Ash? Well, Ash, clearly he's like in the crossfire. He is very likely to die. Kind of concerned since he grabbed that knife under his sleeve when he was sat with. Yeah, I personally still think it's going to be Fez or Ash, but now that you mentioned Gia, just with some of the things they set up this season, I'm like, oh shit, dude. They might do that. And if they did, it wouldn't come completely out of left field. It would be surprising for sure, but again, if you go back, you're like, oh, there are definitely moments where they kind of set that up. Mario Party is the best game. It's very fun. I solemnly swear I'll watch Peaky Blinders if you do it. Okay. I'm sure you will get a lot of views on Ring of Power. I hope so. I hope a lot of people watch that show. You know, if it's good. If it sucks, that'll be unfortunate. Also, if you don't have to get attention, do the shitty Netflix movies to get attention. But I don't want to. I don't want to watch Tall Girl. Like, I watched that on my own, and thank God I did, because my reaction wouldn't even have been funny. It wouldn't have even been me being like, "Oh, that's so stupid." Look at them act. Look at how bad their acting is. Like, when I see bad film or movies, I'm not like a lot of people who can sit there and make fun of it. I just cringe hard. I'm just sitting there, very stone-faced, like, you know, like it's just that. It would not be a very good reaction. Texas and Abbott is fucked up. Yeah. That's going so under the radar too. Like, not enough people know about that. Like, it is a literal witch hunt for any transgender people, including children, out there in Texas right now. It is fucked up. Sign whatever petitions, donate to, you know, whoever you need to donate to. That shit is fucked. Same thing for what's going on with the Ukraine. Like, support whatever you can, sign whatever you need to. Like, make it known. The interview Trump said about Putin was insane. He said he is smart and savvy and peacemaker, and that USA should do the same with Mexico. What the fuck? What? Okay. I don't know why that surprises me, but to be perfectly honest. See, Texas, like, having now been to Texas and stayed in Texas for like a week or like a couple days, I like the state. Like, the cities are cool. The things you can do in Texas are cool. A lot of the people I met in Texas are cool. But then you just have the legislative system of Texas and the fucking hee-haw rednecks, and it just sucks. And you mean the don't say gay law? It's that in Texas. I thought that was Florida. No, there's something very new going on where there is legislation telling teachers to basically prosecute parents of transgender children as child abusers, because obviously they must have abused their children for them to have their brains all twisted up like that. So teachers are literally being told to, like, note any child who is of, like, LGBT persuasion, specifically transgender students, so they can prosecute their parents as child abusers. It is so fucked. And yeah, the gay law is Florida, the trans law is Texas. I'm not sure I heard about the Texas one. What did they pass? Well, I just told you. I'm not sure I heard about... no, it's our governor pushing people to report trans with parity. Yeah. You got it. Biracial people identify as they want to. Biracials are not a monolith. Very true. Yeah, it's super fucked. Pushing everyone to report anyone who helped trans kids. Yep. literally anyone who has helped or assisted or been in an acquaintance of a transgender person, they are gunning after, all in an effort to make these transgender kids as isolated as humanly possible so that they just say, fuck it, I'll pretend to be what I'm not in order for my family to not get fucking destroyed over this shit. It's really bad. Do I have to? Do I? Learn a lot of things about USA and its politics from either Hassan. Oh, I love Hassan. Hassan is great. He can be maybe a tidbit extra liberal for my taste sometimes. Most of the time we're in complete sync, but there are sometimes I'm like, that take is a little out there for me, but I feel you. And John Oliver is also very good. He also, though, like, for the most part, well, I don't know. I would say like 50-50 is a comedian versus like a media outlet. So his stuff, like everyone's, I take with a grain of salt, and I enjoy his jokes a lot, but he doesn't always cover everything as like in depth as I might want him to. I'm taking my pants off screen. Ooh. I just need to switch into my sweats because I'm uncomfortable still wearing my work pants. I forgot I had this slice of pizza. What is with Republicans being so like, on one hand, I could almost understand being pro-gun. Like, I have a gun, so in a way I'm pro-gun. I'm like, yeah, I believe I should have the right to have it. A handgun, not a fucking assault rifle. But I don't understand what this big push for Republicans is. Be like, you should have a handgun, and you should fucking have it out all the time. You should be pointing it at people. Like, when you're driving around, you should point it at people so they know not to fuck with you. I'm like, that's not... How the fuck is that supposed to help anybody? Like, why the fuck? Do people want to show off their guns? Like, look how fucking badass I am. I have a gun. Don't fuck with me. I'll shoot you. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? My dad is 100% one of those people. 100%. And it drives me insane. And yeah, the abortion ban has been going on and off in so many states. It is insane. It keeps coming back and then going away and then coming back. Some places it's never gone away. So that's great. U.S. is beautiful with beautiful people, beautiful land, customs, food, but our government, though? I mean, I think the U.S., like every other country in the entire world, like, we have good things and we have bad things. Our government's shitty, probably like every other government in the entire world. Not as shitty as some, but... And definitely shittier than a lot of others, but still. There's good and bad things about all of them. I just wish people would stop... I'm not saying anyone here has, by the way, you're all wonderful. I just really wish people would stop being like, America is bad, or America is good. I'm like, it's not that simple, you know? Like, there are good and bad things about the US, and good and bad things about Germany, and good and bad things about Japan, and Russia, everywhere. Some governments are absolutely worse than others, but all of these places have their merits and their downfalls. And I feel like it doesn't do much to the conversation when you have like two sides screaming at each other like, we're the fucking best, and everyone being like, you're the fucking worst. Like, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't actually solve any problems. Like, I think we need to all acknowledge what is good and bad about, you know, the places we live. You know, the opposite of fascism is what I'm saying. Like, don't just be like, hoorah, my country is perfect because I live here. Understand that your country probably has a lot of things that it could really improve on. And, you know, try to help improve on them. Being black is having a black mom and a black dad. I don't understand why anyone would argue against that. I mean, like I said, my friend certainly would. Yeah, exactly. It's complex. When are you going to be on Discord again? Probably never. I'm not going to lie, that Discord is mostly just for all of you to, you know, discuss amongst yourselves, share videos, either mine or other people's, just shit you're interested in. I just have so much other stuff I have to do that I really don't have time to pop into Discord. I really don't. Like, at the most, I'll pop in there every once in a while just to kind of see what everyone's talking about, what they're doing, and then I'll pop right back out. I just don't have time. USA does have beautiful food. I mean, we have beautiful food because of all the other cultures that have given us so much beautiful food, but yeah. Someone from Europe with a deep history and amazing sites and castles and beautiful countrysides. I would say we have it better in those regards. I mean, we have our fair share of, not as many castles and everything, but we do still have, like, really fucking cool ruins and, like, ancient preserved cities or monuments and stuff. Like, we do still have a lot of cool stuff here. Absolutely. We also have really, really racist cops, so, you know, it goes back and forth. Talking about US, which part of Atlanta you love the most? Which episode? Probably, I think, that's tough. I don't know. Like, I think season 2 I liked better than season 1. Not by like a whole lot. I just think it was a little bit better. And I think probably The Woods is my favorite episode. The one with Al when he gets lost in the woods after nearly getting fucking killed. That shit was insane, actually. That was one of the rare moments on the show where it jumped in intensity just out of nowhere, and I really liked that. It was sitting on my bed, not Shiloh. Not like grease stains on the sheets on my bed, but like the pizza box is on my bed. It's literally Cal or Nate Jacobs wandering around with the revolver around. Exactly. It's just this macho attitude of being like, look how fucking, don't fuck with me, I got a gun. It's like, yeah, I won't fuck with you. You have a fucking gun, dude, you psycho. I'm gonna go flash my... And exactly. There's nothing wrong with owning a gun for self-defense if you know how to use it. But there is definitely something wrong with flashing it at people and trying to be as pronounced with it as you can. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't pull that gun out unless someone's about to kill you and you need to use it. Or you just need to clean it, you know, do general upkeep and whatnot. Canada here, nobody carries here. Well, yeah. Canada seems like it's definitely got a better idea when it comes to gun safety. But hey, maybe not. I said that very facetiously. My dad was trying to tell me some bad shit was going down in Canada the other day, though. But as I've said, he's the hyper-Republican, so when he says, like, oh, this fucked up shit is happening, I'm like, uh-huh. But if you know what he's talking about and want to elaborate, I'm curious. Europe has a better everyday life culture. EU enjoys life, not under the core. Good and bad folks in all places. I can kind of see that, but again, that kind of depends on where you are, in America at least. Like, if you're not in a major city, we have, I feel like, a much more traditional everyday life culture that does, where people, enjoy their lives more. They're more, I don't know how to describe it, neighborly. But again, when you hit a city, it's much more, corporate America. And yes, good and bad folks in all places. Agreed, Kristen. Republicans want all babies born, but then want to cut all assistance programs because they are handouts and those people are lazy. Well, I mean, yeah, Republicans just go back and forth on so much shit. I feel like most of the time it boils down to, how am I going to get more money this year? Because I don't care what that does to other people. I want more money. Like, that to me is usually the Republican mindset. I mean, Slovakia has snotty government as well and insane politicians. Yeah, most countries do, if not all of them. I would tell people watch the opening for Newsroom. I love that. That was so good. I just think a lot of Americans think America is the best. Oh, 100% they do. And it's not. It's just not. I desperately want to go to another country, at least just to visit, just to spend like a couple weeks or a month just exploring other cultures and people. It'd just be fun. Even fucking serial killers have good traits. Yep. As shitty as it is, like, as much as I would love to just be like, there are people, or there are places or people, they're just bad, and we are all allowed to hate them because they are just bad. Unfortunately, that's not how life works. And everybody has at least that little something. That little something is usually not enough to, make up for all the other shitty stuff, but still, they've all got that little something. Thank you. Just think a lot of Americans are very ignorant about the rest of the world. Again, 100% you are right. And pretend like everyone else is lesser and just find that sad. But of course, every country has flaws. I mean, Americans do definitely have this mentality of like, all right, this is our lives, we love it, or don't, whatever. But then they see, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, they'll look at Germany, and if they went into a German house, apartment, or whatever, and they saw the very, very small fridge in there, they'd be like, oh, that's stupid. Look how cute and quaint your little fridge is. You can't fit anything in that. And yeah, there is this kind of like superiority that Americans will take when it comes to stuff like that. Not considering the fact that Germans typically have really small fridges like that because they go to the grocery store every single day, not every week. Like, they go that day after work to pick up their dinner and, breakfast and lunch for the next day, and they put what they need in that much smaller space. So, for one, their food is a lot fresher, or, their meals are a lot fresher. But yeah, Americans very often will not consider any of those kinds of things. They'll just be like, oh, that's not like us, so it must be bad. Cassie is not a bad person. She is very delusional and mentally unstable. I will do anything to replace the male figure of her dad. I do agree with you. I do not think she is a bad person. I do think she is very delusional. I do not think she's mentally unstable, though. I think she is perfectly capable of reasoning through this situation. She is choosing not to, which makes her really shitty. I don't think she's a bad person, but I think she's being a really shitty person right now. I'm pretty sure Europe has a higher life expectancy as well. I'm sure they do, just because the depression and suicide rate here in America is abysmal compared to a lot of European countries. Because a lot of Americans, rightfully so, feel like, what is the fucking point? Like, I don't feel important at all. And honestly, they have every right to feel like that. Pretty much mostly open borders, even during COVID, even though there should be more regulation. Yeah, I mean, the open borders among European countries during, like, peak COVID times was kind of frustrating, but I do get what you mean. Yeah, and our borders are so strict here for no fucking reason, too. Well, I mean, I guess there's a reason, but it shouldn't be so hard for a normal person to be able to move to this country in order to work or just to live. I don't know why it has to be such an arduous process. Did you see WandaVision or Haunting of Hill House? If you check my channel, I have all my reactions for WandaVision up on the channel. So yes, I did. And I have seen The Haunting of Hill House. I didn't do reactions for it because that was kind of before I really got this channel going. And I did do all the reactions for The Haunting of Bly Manor. So if you wanted to see that. You're right, some of us... I don't know about the rest of the world, but a lot of us do too. You just don't see that, I promise. I mean, I do agree there are a lot of Americans that also get kind of the stereotypical bad image of an American. Like, I don't personally feel like I fit the stereotypical American image, but still, there are so many Americans that do fall into that I don't think it's unfair for other countries to be like, well, American could kind of just be like that. That episode where the guy went to get the piano is my favorite. Oh, Teddy Perkins. That was a great episode. That freaked me out. If you watched my reaction to that episode, I was just like nervous laughing the whole fucking time. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck is going on? That was really good. We had a huge anti-vax protest in Canada. It ended this week, probably what your dad meant. How did it end? Because I'll bet that's what he was upset about. Because he probably would have been like, hell yeah, anti-vax, woohoo! So if it ended this week, did it end violently? Did the government, like, shut that shit down? Did people just go home? Like, I'm curious as to why he would be like, that was so fucked up. What happened? No, yeah, I mean, the only real way to truly understand the world is to go experience it. You gotta travel. But to travel, you need to have money, and that is not available to everyone. One of these days, though, I'm going out somewhere. Out of this country. I don't know if you've moved past it at this point, but I think Euphoria is homophobic as hell to gay men. I don't think it's homophobic. I don't think the show is homophobic to gay men. Because again, the story with Nate and Cal thus far, I think has been very realistically told. And if my theory about, what happened to Nate turns out to be true, again, that is my personal story brought onto screen. So even though our depictions of gay men on the show right now are not fucking great, it is realistic that it happens. Like, these people do exist, and I think it's not necessarily the show's fault for not being like, oh, well, currently we just don't have another gay man on the show who isn't a piece of shit. Like, we just have these two horrible people, but that could always change. And like I said, those two horrible people, those people exist, and I'm not upset that we're seeing that represented in the show. If they never show any representation of, like, a gay man who's at least somewhat healthy and happy, then yeah, I could kind of understand that argument. But it's still pretty early days, I think. And with what we've been given in the show, I don't have an issue with it. Ah, damn it, y'all are writing too fast. I have to remember not to do this. Yeah. Able to travel from one country to another in a short time. Yeah, I'm lucky. Let's say you fly into Vienna, Austria, 1 hour. Yeah. Keep showing off. It would take me 7 hours to be able to get from where I am to the Mexican border. And it would take about 20 hours, 24 hours to drive all the way to the Canadian border. This country's fucking massive, actually. So yeah, it's not super easy to travel for. Like, I have to take a plane somewhere, and to do that, I gotta cross an ocean. I can't just drive there or take a train. I have BDP, so I've been taught all about black and white thinking, and since I realized that, was it changed my whole life? Yeah, exactly. The best people can do bad things. The worst people can do good things. No human is black and white. True, true. Even going back to Euphoria characters, they're all very great. No, yeah, 100%. There's not a single character on Euphoria, I think, that's just all good. Even with Fez, I'm like, as much as we all love him, he's a drug dealer. He is enabling and enabled Rue with her horrible, horrible addiction. He's not perfect. And he's also, like, as much as we all love Ashtray and their relationship, he got a little kid involved in all this shit. Again, he probably gave him a way better life than he was going to get, but it's complicated. It's not just like, oh, he did a good thing and, you know, didn't do that bad thing. It's always the gray area. And don't get me wrong, Slovakia is fucked up in a sense. We welcome people from Ukraine, which we should, but rejected Syrian refugees. Why was everyone so against Syrian refugees? Was it just a racism issue? Like, those people are just too dark for us to accept into our country, and these, you know, Ukrainians are nicer white people or something? Like, is that what the issue is? If you do come to Europe, for sure, research cheap flight companies. I mean, if you plan well, you can find flights for... How much would that be in American dollars? It's like $1.25 each. Probably be like 65, 90, 95 bucks. It's not bad. Are you a Lana stan? Like Lana Del Rey? No. I don't dislike Lana Del Rey, if that's who you're talking about. I wasn't showing off, it was an invitation. I know, but still, it made me jelly. If you do ever come to Central Europe, you can have a tour guide. Alright, sweet. Thanks, my favorite character. How's your story similar to Nate's? I'm new here. I'm just saying, if the theory about him being sexually molested as a kid turns out to be true, that would mirror my own story. Because that happened to me when I was 6 years old. Darius is my comfort character too. Darius is great. I love Darius. He really is the comfort character. As soon as he shows up, you're like, everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Which is why the Teddy Perkins episode fucked me up so much, because it was the first and only time it was Darius, but I did not think everything was gonna be okay. I'm like, this is fucked. Is he going to die right now? What is happening? Something was funny about Nate's situation. I saw someone put Nate's picture, turned it into a meme, and say, thanks for being an ally when no one was. That's pretty funny. I think on top of Nate, Cal being the only ones, them being awful gives license to other characters being homophobic and cheered on for it. Like, Lexi's play was homophobic, but it's fine because Nate sucks. I've talked about that in this very video. I don't think that moment was meant to be read as like, oh, I'm supposed to be cheering it on because fuck Nate. Because for me, in that whole scene, the fact that they kept cutting to how much it was fucking with Nate and how homophobic and, you know, wrong it was to out him like that, or, you know, out him. We don't fucking know what his whole deal is, per se. Yeah, I kind of liked that it was super conflicting in that moment. You're like, people like Lexi and they want to cheer her on for shitting on Nate, but you can't 100% because she did it in a homophobic way, because she's not perfect either. And I personally liked that they did that. It's just, you know, it's unfortunate. I think you might also be thinking of that moment in season 1, though, where Jules, I don't really want to say the word, but she used the F word on Nate. And on one hand, I agree. it's like, I guess it is sort of an easy way for characters to be awful to the, the two gay characters. But again, we don't even know if they're actually gay, first of all. Second off, well, I mean, Cal for sure we at least know is bisexual, at the very least. But still, I'm just saying, I feel like the show hasn't overtly been homophobic except for this play moment, which I think was meant to be read as homophobic, which I believe you've all said that in interviews Sam Levinson or Ton, he was saying that it was meant to be read like that because it was. So I don't know. Cassie is a bad person in my opinion. I'm saying this because she reminds me of my mother. Cassie will definitely treat her children like money because all she cares about is a man. If she isn't ever able to grow out of this, I would agree she's a bad person. But she's 17. She's got time. She could have a breakthrough. Let's hold our breath. Perhaps. That's what I'm saying. I love Fez. That's my babe. But he could get out of the game. He could make his money and be done. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, his whole life has been doing this. So I don't really know how he could get out of the game personally. But even still, it's like, you are doing something that is bad. Like, we forgive it because we love you and we know your situation, but you're still doing something really bad. People are always hating on Jules no matter what she does, and to me it's starting to give it transphobia. I actually agree with that. I did not at first. In season 1, I know a lot of people were like, oh, I don't like Jules because of whatever reason, and I was like, maybe they just don't like her, is what it is. She did do something kind of fucked up. But this season in particular, I've been noticing people, like, slamming Jules over stuff that's not that big a deal. Like, her cheating, I understood why everyone was like, that's fucked up. What the fuck are you doing? But then there was other, like, little stuff where it's like, oh, she said this one comment, and I think she's just a fucking bitch. Like, why would she say that? Like, okay, when she left Rue, Rue's like, let me out of the fucking car. Let me out of the fucking car. I can't fucking stand you. Let me out of the car. And she lets her out of the car. Everyone was like, how fucked up was that? They just left her there. I'm like, she asked her to. She literally was creating a problem, was causing a scene, and would have continued to escalate if they didn't let her out of the fucking car. I don't think that makes her fucked up at all to be like, I can't believe you just said that shit to me. Okay, you want to get out? Get out. But people were like, how fucking horrible if she would do that. Not even referring to the fact that she was cheating with Elliot. Like, they were referring to that specific act. And in that regard, I do agree. It is kind of giving off a bit of a transphobic vibe when it comes to people hating on Jules. I hope that Cassie can change and not go down a super dark path, but I think she's too far gone. I don't think she's too far gone, but she's, like, if I'm being honest, I think she has a ways to go still. I mean, I would say mostly rejected Syrian refugees was racist. They were worried they would accept terrorists into their countries, basically. Oh, that's right, yeah. Okay, yeah. Is that considered racist, to be against a religion? Is there a word for that? Is that just xenophobia at that point? I don't know, actually. I love that they finally made Lexi more gray. Even she didn't mean bad with the play. This is the first time you have actual questions with the character. I agree. I totally agree. Like, I know a lot of people are kind of upset about the, grayness of it all. Or just being upset because they don't think it was a bad thing and are now just upset at other people calling it out as homophobic or something. But yeah, I agree. It's nice to see Lexi, enter the fold of the other characters. She's no longer just the wallflower that we all, sympathize with and like. She's someone who's doing stuff and is making some people not feel so fucking good. And some people feel great. Like, it's good shit. Did you see that meme on Twitter where Nate says, I'm gay, and that it shows Cassie as a boy? No. All humans are gray, and that's something, yeah, 100%. When Nate came to Maddie with the gun, I disagreed with you on your take. I never thought he would ever hurt himself, and they showed us that he wants to protect Cal's company, so he knows he'd say... I mean, he put a bullet in the gun, though. He says, like, it was empty, I didn't put a bullet. He put it in there. I'm like, I watched you do it, dude. You emptied them all out. You had one in your hand. You put it in the chamber, and you spun that shit. I think he 100% was willing to potentially die in that moment because he is just so far gone. I'm just saying, he put a bullet in that fucking gun. I'm telling you, he put a bullet in that gun. I rewatched that shit like 4 times. Wouldn't Cal most likely be pansexual? I mean, bisexual or pansexual I think would work for him. They haven't explicitly said which way it would go. I've never heard of a gay guy loving eating pussy. Yeah, that moment also to me, I was like, okay, so he definitely likes girls. Because, I mean, the one time I gave it a shot, I was like, nope, not doing it for me, sorry. And then when I, sucked my first dick, that was no problem. That was great. That was fantastic, actually. So, yeah, when he said that, I was like, okay, so he definitely likes guys and girls. For Nate, they've still never really nailed that down. They haven't had him actually do anything with a guy yet. Unless they did in the last episode, and they're just, oh my god. Are you in the stream right now? Someone found my not safe for work Twitter. Good night, Tobias. Fuck. Well, that's 2 of y'all that have found it. Let's see if anyone else can. I don't even remember what I was saying. That like really distracted me. Oh yeah, that's right. Moving on from that, actually. I can't stand Jules this season because she's so hypocritical. Okay, well, she was hypocritical about one thing though. Like she was hypocritical about Elliot and Rue, and then cheating on Rue with Elliot, which was super hypocritical and it was super fucked up. I agree, but that is the only thing that she's been hypocritical about. Okay, yeah, you did make a good point, though. I didn't even think about that. She has had sex with so many, like, fully grown adult men. And no, it's not quite the same thing as Rue's addiction to drugs, but it is a problem that she's never really addressed. She kind of just stopped doing it there for a while. And then it seemed like she started up again. Can someone confirm for me on that, actually? Because in that episode when... Elliot tells Jules the truth. At the very end of the episode, I read that as Jules is now hooking up with random dudes again. But a lot of people were like, no, that was Elliot. And I'm like, that did not look like Elliot to me, was it? I swear it was just a random guy. Like, she just went to go hook up with someone because she wanted, to not think about it. There are no excuses for that shit. Nate's too much of a narcissistic asshole to commit suicide. I guess that's a good point. He is a bit too much of a narcissist to be able to do that. But he still put it in the gun. He still had a bullet in the gun. That doesn't change what he did to Maddie. She thinks the world of Nate. I mean, yeah, I don't think even he wanted to die right there, per se. I personally think he would have been okay with dying there, but he didn't want to. I think he just wanted to really, really play on her, love for him, which is so fucking evil. Like, that was so fucked up. The only bad thing Jules did was the cheating. I didn't really like the jealousy at first when Jules met Elliot, but I can see why she would feel that way. No, yeah. Like, her jealousy, I was a little bit like, oh, come on, Jules, relax. But that's normal. That's normal shit. It was really only the cheating specifically, which seems to have ended. I mean, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure it ended when Elliot told her the truth. So I don't know. Like, that's fucked up, and they need to deal with that. They need to actually talk about it, but still, that's not the most fucked up thing I've ever seen. It's not as fucked up as hooking up with your best friend's ex-boyfriend. Continuously, and then fucking over everyone for him. Had the same conversation with my boyfriend a couple hours ago. Like, it's lacking emotional maturity, and it makes me sad. Like, are you talking about Jules specifically? Prejudice or bigotry? I can't remember what you were talking about in reference to Vera. I'm sorry. She didn't know he wouldn't... Wait, what? She didn't know he wouldn't do that, especially with his craziness in the past. Even if he did it for himself, it doesn't change how it affects... No, yeah, exactly. Jules cheating on Rue was bad, but nobody mentions that Rue was also lying to Jules about the drugs. Exactly. Like, yes, Jules was cheating and being fucked up. Like, Rue doing fucked up things does not negate the fucked up things that Jules is doing. But everyone's like, oh, Jules, you horrible fucking bitch. Why would you do that? And it's like, Rue has been lying to her the entire season. Like, from day one. She's like, oh, you know, I'm clean. I'm not doing that shit. Meanwhile, she's getting fucking high with Elliot and being an asshole. So, again, Jules cheating on her, it's not right. It's fucked up. But it's not like she was the only one doing something fucked up. Jules' character was sleeping with older guys and her cheating on Rue is a reminder that promiscuity is problematic. True. Even though we are now living in a no slut-shaming generation. That is true. Like, you can absolutely get to a point where you are too promiscuous. Like, fuck who you want to fuck, live how you want to live, but you can be unhealthy with just about anything. Lexi, Revenge of Late Boomers. Are you going to finish Shadow and Bone? I did finish it. I just haven't done the review for it. Which I'll do. Like, I have to do it as a stream. I lost the videos. It's just, I can't. I already filmed them. They got corrupted and fucked up, so I can't do it now. But I will do a review stream to discuss it, because I loved the final 2 episodes. They were absolutely my favorite from the whole season. Is Nate fetishizing Jules being trans? I don't know. I've always kind of thought maybe that was kind of what was going on. I kind of also got the feeling that was sort of what was going on with Cal. But who knows? That's another one of those things where it's like, it's sort of up to interpretation, because they have not confirmed anything about that one way or the other. How is everything on her? They both have trauma, or both kids. It's annoying me that they took Rue to steal beer. And they didn't hand it to her. Okay, I've seen everyone say they handed Rue a beer. They did not hand her a beer. She reached up and grabbed it. They had it. Like, they shouldn't have brought her along. They shouldn't have, I understand. But they did not hand her a beer. She grabbed that shit of her own volition. But, sorry, I just went on a rant right there. But I agree. They can't bring her along and then all of a sudden be like super surprised and angry about it. It's like, well, yeah, she's an addict. Like, you guys keep shoving like the fact that you're able to drink and smoke and do whatever you want in her face all the time, and that's not fair to do to an addict. So, yes, I agree. I just don't agree with Rue them handing her the beer, because they did not. She grabbed that shit on her own. I hate that people hate on Jules so hard. Of course, her cheating is absolutely fucked up. Of course, absolutely. But how is cheating in the same sphere of what Cassie or Nate are doing? Yeah, I'm like, at first, what Cassie and Nate were doing was just cheating, and that was bad enough. But yeah, they've gone well beyond that at this point. I see it the same way as you, that Jules was hooking up with a random dude. Okay, I swear that was just a random guy in the end. I swear. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all keep telling me, like, no, this is what happened. And I'll go back to an episode and be like, no, it's not. You're lying to me. Don't even like Jules that much, because, yes, she is messy and hypocritical with the Elliot thing. Yeah. But it's so complicated, and they're dumb kids who don't communicate properly. So to demonize her, no. I'm totally cool with that. Not liking her is very different from hating her, which I see too much hate on Jules. Like, too much hate. Take all that hate and you pour that right on Nate. I don't know, I really relate to the whole Maddie Nate thing. I was in an abusive relationship with a guy before, and no matter what the POs did to me, I just smile and bear it and act like it didn't happen. It's unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, it is something that happens to a lot of people. And truly manipulative, fucking evil people are very, very good at making their victims think that either everything is alright or they're the ones who are fucked up for thinking it's not alright. So yeah, I definitely get it. But I also don't see Nate even doing much manipulating when it comes to Cassie. Like, I know you were discussing Maddie, which I did see a whole lot of manipulation there. With Cassie, he doesn't even seem to be, like, manipulating her all that much. Like, he said some manipulative things, like, you know, you're so fucking powerful, even though he called her a slut in the first season. But for the most part, Cassie's like, no, I know who you are. I know you're fucked, but I love you anyways. But at the same time, she does keep asking people like, well, what has he done that's so bad? And no one will tell her for good reason. I meant emotional maturity of viewers who shit on Jules completely. Ah, okay, I see what you mean, yeah. So I relate with her a lot. Now, I can't say I'd lie about the guy who raped me. Yeah. That was really fucked up. As much as Maddie is currently my favorite character on the show, I really hope they address that scenario because that was really fucked for her to do that. Manipulated by an abuser or not, like, she put an innocent person in jail. That was really fucked. But at the same time, Jules did the same thing because she was blackmailed. But I would argue being blackmailed is a much better reason for doing that than just like, oh, I just want to please my man. No problem, Tina. It's good to have a little chat every now and then. She didn't cheat in season 1. I still say it was kind of cheating. I have been over this back and forth with a bunch of you, actually, about season 1 situation. Everyone's like, they weren't in a relationship. And I'm like, I'm telling you, that's bullshit. If you are kissing someone, holding hands, talking about what you want to do with your futures together, you are dating each other. You don't need to explicitly say it out loud. We're boyfriend-girlfriend or girlfriend-girlfriend, you know, whatever. I don't think that's the case. So I think she did cheat on Rue in the first season. But I do think she didn't think of it that way. She was like, oh, I thought that would be fine. Because she clearly just said it like it wasn't an issue. I do still personally think that was cheating, but I don't think it was of the same level as what we got in this season, where she definitely knew it was cheating this time around. Can you do the stream for Shadow and Bone around this time? I mean, it's 7 a.m. right now, and I really hope to watch. Oh, so you mean like later in the day? Okay. Sure, I'll try. If I don't, honestly, it's because I forgot that you asked that, and I sincerely apologize. I'm just telling you ahead of time. It's nothing personal. I got so much shit going on that there is a chance I could forget. And I also smoke weed, which doesn't help. I thought they were together season 1. See, that's what I'm saying. They were. They were just talking. No, I don't buy that. Like, you don't make out and talk about your future with someone that you're just talking and, you know, seeing. They were together. I'm holding strong on that one. That's one I'm not going to be like, you're wrong for thinking otherwise. Because I could see making an argument for the other side. But for me, personally, that was a fucking relationship. Holly asked Rue if they ever defined the relationship, and she said no. I know she did, and she said exactly what I just said, too. She was like, no, we never said the words explicitly, but we kissed, and we talked about having a future together, and all this shit. And I agree with Rue. I'm like, that, to me, should be, you know, read between the fucking lines. Like, we're in a relationship if we're talking about what we're going to be doing 10 years from now together. I'm just saying. Also, kind of interesting show with similar vibes, and Rosamund Pike is Wheel. Oh, I cannot wait to watch Wheel of Time. I know there's someone on my videos who keeps being like, please watch it now. I'm like, I promise I will. It's not a main priority, but I will. just saw the title of the stream and you triggered. I mean, I wasn't annoyed with the show. I was annoyed with, honestly, the fan response of the last episode. But we've already gone through all that. We worked it out. I wish more of these shows were like Dear White People and set in college so I could feel less weird about all the sex scenes. See, that's another reason I feel like this show is not going to like stay in high school and just replace the old characters with new ones. I'm pretty sure we're just going to follow Rue, Nate, Jules, all these people to college. It might make the show a little more disjointed because I doubt they're all going to go to the same college, but I think for that being one of the reasons, they're probably going to keep it going into college. They're going to want to stick with these characters. If they don't, that's critical misstep, I think. Also, I would love to hear your take on Sense8. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. Maybe not even episode by episode, just review of the technical stuff. I mean, that show, especially season 1, is so beautifully done. I think I might have even liked season 2 better than season 1. I do hate that it never got an actual ending. Like, it did get an ending, but not the full ending that they wanted to make and that we wanted to get. But still, we got something. And I love that show. I love that show so much. It is one of the few shows, in my opinion, that I would describe as beautiful. Like, it is truly about the beauty of human life and the diversity of different cultures and people and genders, and how that all makes us so different from one another, but also at the same time so connected and similar to one another. Like, it was a beautiful show about humanity. And obviously it had some cool, sci-fi elements to, create like a main narrative and all that. But to me, the show was never even really all about the narrative or the main conflict. It was all about just raw, beautiful humanity. And I love that show. One of the only shows that's ever made me cry because I was so happy. Like, multiple times as well. There were some scenes that were just so fucking like happy and beautiful that I started to cry, and that is very rare. Oh, it actually gets me choked up thinking about it. It's not even like, no, it is such a happy moment actually. I think it's in the second season, when Leto finally comes out to his mom, and he's just so scared that she's gonna, be pissed at him or not accept it. And when he finally says it, she just immediately is like, I know. I've known for a while. I fucking love you. Like, nothing you could ever do would ever make me stop loving you. It actually makes me tear up. It was one of the most sweet, beautiful moments I had seen on a show. And there have been moments like that in other shows where people will come out and it's like a beautiful, happy moment. But that particular scene, it just hit me so hard. It was just so good. And the wedding scene in the movie, I cried so fucking hard. I was so happy. I was like, fucking hell, man. Hopefully we get a Cassie and Maddie special episode. Ooh, that would be great, actually. I fucking hate the Cassie Nate shit. Yeah. The 5th episode, right before Rue said, "You're fucking dead to me," Rue exchanged glances with Elliot, and he looked away with guilt. And then she looked at Jules, and she looked with guilt. No, yeah, in that moment, I understood that as her wordlessly figuring out, like, oh, you fuckers cheated on me. That's fucked up. I didn't take that as, like, oh, we're still currently in a relationship. I took that more as, like, oh, you two fucked me by fucking each other. That's fucked up. But, I mean, I could have read that wrong. That is when we realized, oh, okay, that's what you were saying. We're of the same mind, then. It's not even just about Cassie fucking her best friend's ex. I'm just so worried since Cassie is so easily manipulated. He's so abusive. Yeah, that could go down a really, really bad path. Much more than it already is. No, you guys comment too fucking fast. I appreciate it, but I'm like, I can't read them all. Cassie, just a little attention would bring her to Cloud 9, saw a therapist reacted to her character, and it was really an interesting sight because Cassie's childhood explained a lot of it. No, yeah, it did. That's why I don't hate Cassie. I'm like, she's fucking annoying right now. I do not like her. But I can't bring myself to hate her over what has happened. I'm like, I get it, I guess. Oh, smoking weed is still illegal in your country? That's dumb. There was a person who was supposed to get 20 years. I think it's reduced to 5 due to media coverage. Over weed. Like, what the fuck? Bro, if I'm kissing people, sending all my time, thank you. Thank you. What character were you most like in high school? I was asking you all that earlier. I'm trying to think. In high school, which character was I most like? Ethan. 100% Ethan. I was the, like, you know, just the really nice dude who was like, okay, I don't know why everyone's so fucking mad all the time. I'm just trying to be nice. And then, you know, would either kind of get picked on or shit on because I was a little bit of a pushover. I can't say I ever did something as cool as Ethan in the play, though. Like, he really did. Like, he ate it all the way up. I never did anything that cool in high school. But I also know a lot of people don't think that way, so I just don't think they were actually together. I was still mad at Jules for talking that, but after the special episode, I understood a bit more. See, I feel like the special episode didn't really do much for my understanding of that, like, at all, actually. It was only the finale where I was like, oh, like, she is openly telling Rue, like, yeah, I hooked up with this other girl. And, man, that's not an issue, is it? I love her, and I love you, is what it is. It still doesn't change that I think they were in a relationship. It seemed an awful lot like a relationship to me. But they did that same shit in that show, Love, actually, that I was watching. They did that same shit where they were together, but they didn't explicitly say, like, we're together, we're only seeing each other. And then at one point, Mickey, like, cheats on him with this other dude, and she keeps justifying it with, like, well, we never said we were exclusive. I'm like, no, you know that's wrong. Because even after the fact, she tries to hide it the whole time. I'm like, you know it's wrong. You know it's wrong. You know when you're in a relationship or not. I think Nate is a good person, is just confused about his feelings. I don't know about that. The show's got a lot of fucking work to do if they're ever going to convince me that he's actually a good person deep down. The more they unravel, the less good I see. The youngins think of relationships differently than we do, I think. Maybe, I don't know. What are your thoughts on the erotic BDSM type scenes between Cassie and Nate? They don't seem all that erotic or BDSM-ish to me. Like, they mildly allude to it, I feel like, with him, like, you know, holding her throat or something. And yeah, her saying, like, you could never scare me, which, that's so unfortunate. I don't know. In a way, I don't like the scenes, because I hate how fucking toxic and horrible that is, but at the same time, they're artistically done. They do serve a purpose to the story, and it does give me a better understanding of the headspace of both of them, so I'm okay with it. It's just, you know, I don't like it. I don't hate Jules, but she disappointed me this season, and I wasn't expecting that. Aww. Well, I'm glad you don't hate her. She and a lot of other people still have plenty of opportunities to redeem themselves and become the characters we want them to be. Don't worry, everybody. We're going to get some great character redemptions. We're probably going to not get them for everybody, which, you know, it's going to suck for some of us, but we're going to get some good redemptions. I'm willing to bet Jules is going to be one of them. I don't see her going down, like, a worse path next season or something. Well, she didn't exactly go down a super bad path this season, so maybe I'm wrong about that. We'll see. Sense8 had such a passionate fandom, and without it, we wouldn't even get that ending. True. I was one of the people who signed like a couple petitions and like made videos and stuff advocating for that ending to the show. So I like to think that I played a part in getting that movie made. I would love a full-on season with a better ending. Yeah, I agree. I would love that. And thank you, Just in Time. Did you... Oh, favorite characters. And Sense8. My favorite character by far was Sun. She was absolutely my favorite. My second favorite would probably be... Probably Naomi. That was her name, right? Naomi? I hope that's right. I know one of the nicknames for one of them was Neats. It's been a little while since I watched an episode. But, it'd probably go Sun, Naomi, Capheus. Probably Capheus is like, no, probably Leto is my third, and then Capheus. But I loved all of them. Like, that was one of the shows where I'm like, every single main character, I fucking love them. I'm like, I love Kala, I love Capheus, I love Wolfgang, I love Leto, I love Will, I love all of them. Like, they are all so fucking great. Like, oh, God, I love that show. I don't feel like Jules full-on cheated, but I do think it was... Yeah, I kind of agree. It's like, that's a gray area. It feels a little like cheating, but I could see why maybe it's not. She isn't absolved. Yeah. I focus more on her not thinking of others and how her actions affects them. You see, I don't 100% agree with that. I feel like Jules is really, really conscious of how her actions will affect other people. And specifically with Rue, because I think a lot of season 1, like, she wouldn't have been in the relationship if it weren't for the fact that she was thinking of how that would affect Rue. Maybe that's just me reading into it, but that's really how I read it, especially after the special episode. Situationship. Well, I hope whoever ends up dating me, just know I am not going to sit you down and be like, are we boyfriend and boyfriend? Like, I'm just gonna assume, alright, it seems like we're doing this, so... I'm just saying. When I talk about favorite characters in Euphoria, I don't mean it because of the decisions they make, but because of how well written is their character development. Oh, how good is their character development? Maddie might still be my favorite then, because to see her go from, like, Nate's plaything, essentially, to now being very distanced from him and actually, like, finding her own self-worth without it being so, like, overtly about that, I think she might still be my favorite in terms of how well written that development is. If not that, I'd have to go for Rue. Like, Rue's character is written by far in the most realistic way out of all of these characters. Cassie is your fave. Fair enough. What's up, Black and Conscious? You're calling me a hetero? Step away from the dark side. Hey. Oh, that's what we did here, Jaden. Nate and Cassie fantasy intro season 2 was so disturbing. It's something I never want to see again. Yeah, that was really fucking weird. Especially how Cal was, like, involved in the whole thing. I was like, oh, what the fuck is going on? I don't like this. God, Cassie saying she wanted him to control how she dressed and ate. And who she talked to. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? That's some extreme BDSM type shit. See, that's not even BDSM at that point. Like, that's, like I said, there are master-slave relationships. Sometimes it's taken, like, 24/7. But even then, it's not like this. It's not manipulating who they talk to, what they eat, when they eat, how they dress, how they speak to you. Like, it's not like that. Like, again, there are master-slave relationships where there will be things where, again, even, it's not 24/7. I take that back. They're most, if not all, like, healthy master-slave relationships, as healthy as you get with it. It's for time periods. It's like, all right, we're going into that mode right now. So I'm in charge. Everything you do, everything you say, blah, 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 blah. And it's just, for sexual enjoyment. But at some point, you let that go and you're still a person. And what Cassie and Nate are doing are removing that aspect altogether. They're like, no, you just are my plaything. You're mine. I get to choose everything all the time, forever. And then he breaks up with her, but we all know that's super temporary, or isn't. I don't know. I don't even care. But yeah, that was fucked up. That was not cool. In high school, I was Maddie, but a little worse. I was spoiled. I was gonna say you're definitely Maddie because you like to fight. I've had enough of Nate Cassie sex scenes. Yeah, I'm over it. Too many. I'm good now. I was good way back when. I'm definitely good now. Alright, it is getting a little late, so I'm going to have to wrap it up, but I'm going to continue reading through all these, so if you have any final things you want to say, make sure you type it out now. She is not loved. I got so mad at her in my reaction for it when she said that. She's like, at least I'm loved. I'm like, you're fucking not! How do you not see that that's not love? Oh, so frustrating. Know that she has done bad things. Not saying that I'm justifying her. She did things really wrong, but I understand her character. No, yeah. I totally get that. Like, she's absolutely not my favorite, but I totally get that. In high school, I was a mix of Jules and Lexi. That's a pretty good mix to have. Kind of love the lighting in your room. The current lighting, or just like what I do for the videos. Because yeah, I have all the bulbs in my room. I can change the light, the color of them or whatnot. What is that right here? Have you seen Elite? No. It's a pretty juicy show too. Gives me some. How to Get Away with Murder really fell off for me though. I only liked the first season of How to Get Away with Murder. See you later, just in time. I've never hated Jules like you did. You are such a liar. You absolutely were like, fuck Jules, I don't fucking like her. You completely changed your tune on it. I even specifically remember there being a point where you called out someone, you're like, oh, just because I'm trans, I'm supposed to love Jules? I know for a fact you said this. You cannot gaslight me out of it. You cannot. Being a bit dramatic, but Cassie's so hard to watch because, oh god, oh god. You're just, Can we assume that everybody thinks the same way when it comes to being in a relationship without having discussed anything? What if a person is a poly? Okay. Fine, whatever. Whatever. I accept defeat, whatever. Whatever. Next relationship I go into, I'll make sure to ask him. I'll be like, so, are we exclusive? Are we not? Are we open? What are we? I'm just gonna ask. Because you told me I'm not allowed to just assume whatever the fuck. more I say it out loud, it does kind of make sense. Tiana, I agree with you. If it wasn't their whole life, if they weren't serious about, like, yeah, every moment of the day, I control what you eat, say, whatever. If they were just, like, in the bedroom and she's like, yeah, tell me what to do. I'm yours. I'm your toy. I'm your slave. That'd be fun. That's just fun. But they take it to a whole other level. Know me, that's what it was. Thank you. Yeah, the entire cast was incredible. Like, I understand if anyone would have. Anyone is their fave. Yeah, exactly. I actually give likes to guys on Tinder with name Wolfgang. I'm not gonna lie, there have been a couple guys I've seen on like a dating app named Wolfgang, and I immediately was like, you already got a point for me, so let's see what else you got. They really died of modern daddy issues. Oh wait, that just reminded me, in a weird way. Can we all talk about, just for a moment, how fucking sad that scene was with Lexi dancing with her whole family, and then just dancing with her dad, and then it like zooms out to show Cassie and their mom's reaction to it. That shit made me cry. That was so fucking heartbreaking. I was like, oh my god. I think that was a perfect moment to illustrate Cassie's point, actually, from an episode ago, that Rue has not had a harder life than Cassie and Lexi. Like, her dad dying, super hard on her. Like, that was fucked. That's harder than a lot of people have to deal with. Excuse me. But what happened with Cassie and Lexi is just as sad and fucked up. So she did make a good point there. And that moment from that episode was so heartbreaking, especially seeing the mom's reaction. Like, the whole play, she's just cheering and laughing, and she's so happy to see everything that her daughter's done. But in that moment, like, she could not, you know, smile in that moment. She had to let it out because it was both beautiful that her daughter remembered this moment, and also just so heartbreaking that it couldn't be there. It was so fucking sad. So sad. Way too many fanfictions. Once heard from a trans perspective that needing validation is something trans people desire, and even though that still doesn't justify quasi-cheating with Elliot, and it's extra fucked up by Jules being all Elliot wants to fuck you. Nah, exactly. It at least makes sense why Jules might be motivated to sleep around when Rue's not validating Jules because she's too far in her addiction. I do absolutely see that, yes. And I know that Hunter Schafer at least plays a small to large part of how her character is written, so there's every chance that that is part of it. Oh, the cow eating ass part. That I remember my reaction to that. I was also like, "Oh my god!" It just comes out of nowhere. Where it's just like, "I want you to come with my tongue up your ass." I was like, "Excuse me, what the fuck just happened?" It's funny. Not if he did potentially do something really fucking horrible, though. Jules being all eliminated. What about a special episode about Cal? What if he reunites with Derek? I would be totally into it, especially if they answer the question of what I have now been saying. I'm like, did he or a friend of his molest Nate? Like, I need to know an answer to that. Preferably sooner rather than later, now that they've kind of not confirmed, as many people have made very clear to me. But now that they've kind of put that image out there, I'm like, I'm going to need some confirmation one way or the other, so let's go. So yeah, I would love a special episode with Cal. I think I would prefer the earlier suggestion, though, of a special episode for Maddie and Cassie. I think that would actually be very interesting. I don't know if in the final episode we were going to see Cal. I don't know either. I thought by now we would have seen him, so there's every chance that, what was it, the 4th episode, that really was his last of the season, which is a little unfortunate, but oh well. What do you know about master-slave relationships? Nothing? I mean, there's a video about a couple where a girl acts like a dog, and I've seen that, actually. That's another one of those things where I'm like, I mean, you're not hurting anybody, so do you? But it's 24/7. Like, you're not even a person anymore. That doesn't seem right. That does not seem right. Well, Nate is a Christian Grey, I guess. I mean, I think we all knew that. Can't wait to see Cassie wake up. I hope it's in the finale. I could see it not being until the next season, but I hope it's in the finale just because I want to see that moment where it just like crashes over her and she's like, oh shit, I really fucked up. Like, she's almost had it a few times, but she forces it away. She's like, nope, not dealing with that. You did just get here, but I had to nail you for that one. I definitely think they're doing some... I'm too old to know what that means. Shit, but neither of them are in headspace to be doing this shit. You can't have a relationship like that with drama like they have. I mean, you can if you're able to deal with your own trauma, but neither of them are able to do that yet. So yeah, they're not capable yet. I agree. They definitely could have done more with Kat instead of Nate and Cassie. But apparently, like, there must have actually been some issues with the two of them. Like, she has been in so little of the season, it's very noticeable. Oh, thanks, Anna. Oh, thank you very much. I will continue on. Yeah, Cat was robbed. I mean, I don't think I was in the revealed her sex tapes. Yeah. A little too late now, unfortunately, but yeah. Honestly, feel bad for Cassie because she really loves Nate and believes he loves her too, but he doesn't. Yeah. I mean, I don't feel bad for her. Well, I mean, I do. I don't know. Don't worry, Joel. I'll keep on going. Thank you. I think I was a mix of Rue and Jules. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Is it the good qualities of both or the bad qualities of both? Love both the lighting and your reactions and current one. Oh, cool. I'm glad it's working for you. I want to high five you, although I know it's bad. I was like Cassie and oh god. All you hoes in high school. I wasn't a hoe until I was out of college, alright? You... Oh, I'm gonna fuck you up. I didn't ask about my boyfriend, so we were a couple. Yeah, I feel you, Tina. Am I the only one noticing that Michael's comments are lagged by like 10 minutes? They're not lagged by 10 minutes. I'm just very, very behind. I'm trying to catch up, but you guys type too fucking fast. You did not see the comic, Simtown. You did not. You're lying. You're saying that just to make me freak out. Did you fucking see it? If you did, that's because a certain other someone told you, and I'm gonna kill them. Fuck. Okay, you did. Fuck. So you liked it? Well, if you liked it, that's cool. I guess that shit gave me low-key trauma, and I've never even met my dad. I do feel a lot better now. Much better now. At the start of this stream, if anyone is joining this stream late and go back to the start of it, ooh, I was pissed. I was like actually like mad there for a little while. I've been upset all day for various reasons. But it's been nice to chit chat with y'all. Made me feel a lot better. Okay, Rue has a harder life because of the choices she is making with the drugs. I'm saying out of their control. You know, Rue's dad died. Cassie and Lexi's dad left. That all on its own, with what happened to them and all the various layers to that, they're about at the same level of trauma. Rue's life now is harder because she's putting herself into that situation with the drugs. And again, I know she's an addict. It's not quite as simple as that either, but still, it's a decision that she has made. I do not go to Twitter to get my memes. I pretty much just rely on friends to give me good memes at this point, because I'm old and I don't know how to work the internet. If I'm being perfectly honest. What's it like being sexy? I don't know. I guess it's pretty cool. I do not think I'm sexy. I would like to reiterate that. I think I am very, not ugly, but just so average. So anytime you guys say that, it makes me feel good. Also a little uncomfortable, but not in a bad way. But yeah, I don't know if I'll ever fully be able to just accept a compliment like that, because I just so do not feel like a sexy person. I can't believe you saw that shit. I'm so worried about the finale disappointing me and ruining the image in my head. I think, okay, one thing's for sure, Joel. Let go of some of that right now, because I know for sure there are going to be hanging storylines left over on this season, but I do 100% have faith that they will be continued on and wrapped up in the following season. But I think as of now, this season, as much as I do enjoy this season quite a bit, I do think this season overall is going to have a somewhat incomplete feeling. So I would just prepare yourself for that now, because I 100% believe that's what's going to happen. Hey Rick, how is it over in Brazil? I just watched Breaking Dawn Part 1 the other day, where they go to Brazil in that movie, right? I don't know if that's even true. I might have just had a good old foot and mouth syndrome right there. No, they do go to Brazil, don't they? Is Rio de Janeiro in Brazil? Am I so fucking white and stupid right now, or is that true? Maybe that will be like the end of the season, because this was quite a Cassie season. This was quite a Cassie season. So much more than I expected. But yeah, I can't wait to see what happens in the finale. They will have to twist some kind of knife into our hearts. I'm telling you, Fez or Ashtray is going to die. That's going to be one of the knives we get into our hearts. As for everything else, who knows? Who knows? Why are you annoyed with Euphoria? What did I miss? Oh, you missed a lot. Honestly, I just recommend rewatching it from the beginning, because I start the stream just going straight into what I'm upset about. I feel good now, but I've just said it so many times. What am I munching on? Cheez-It Duos, the sharp cheddar and Parmesan kind. I just went to the gas station after work and I was like, I need to munch on something. Did it all on my own. Oh. I guess that is kind of a giveaway. Did giveaway. Does anyone remember that video? Did giveaway. Did giveaway. I don't know if that was the good part or the bad part either. Pride yourself on not being a hoe as a teenager. It's not it, trust me. Alright. Because I will say, being a hoe as an adult, that is where it's at. I do not regret that at all. I don't have any pull-ups, but I do want a pair because they look comfy. I'd have my socks and pull-ups all the fucking time. Did it all on my own, just saying. I can't believe 3 people have found it now. Maybe more that I just don't know. Want season to be Ethan and Kat focused. There's no way we're gonna get that. I'm sorry, there's just no way we're gonna get it. I would love it too, but there's no way. I also personally think their storyline out of most of them is probably the least exciting to watch, so there's just no way they would end up being the focus. I do love Ethan though, I really do. Oh, thank you. But that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. The kindness of your heart makes you sexy. Get the fuck out of here. I'm just kidding, obviously. Oh, thank you. With the ruined Cassie dad situation, it's once again a black and white situation. It's up to opinions. No, yeah, exactly. And it is up to opinions, but I don't know, I feel like when it comes to trauma, not always, but in most cases, you can't compare them. It's like trauma is trauma. Like for some people, this minor thing to you is all the way up here for them, you know? It's just, that's why to me, I'm like, in both their cases, with how complicated both scenarios are, they're at the same level. Like, you've had a real fucked life, you've had a real fucked life. I don't think you really need to get deeper than that. Gotta get some sleep. Yeah, I really gotta end this too. Oh, thank you. Best way I feel more for Rue, but I kept both points of view. I think it depends on your own life experience to decide who had it worse, but we shouldn't even be questioning this shit, to be honest. Agreed. Like, for me, if I had to pick who had it worse between the two, I would say Rue, but that's because my life has been most affected by family members being involved in drugs. And that shit really hits me fucking hard. But anyone who's had, like, abandonment issues of a parent just leaving them, I'm sure, you know, Cassie's storyline would hit a bit harder. So, yeah, a little different. Oh, you're watching Sense8 right now? I'm gonna watch Sense8 too. Fuck it, I'm turning that shit on right now. Maybe a gun goes off. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Maybe a gun goes off, Fez goes down, and they end his story there. If they give us a cliffhanger on that, that will annoy me. That will not be good storytelling, in my opinion. That will just be a cheap way to make sure that people who are fans of Fez will watch Season 3 to find out if he survives or not. It's the same shit they did on The Walking Dead when they didn't tell you who Negan killed. You're just like, oh, fucking, I have to know if it was Glenn, or if it was Abraham, or if it was this person. Like, I have to know, so you have to watch the next season. It's just kind of a cheap way to force you to continue watching a show. Like, I think an episode can end on a cliffhanger. A season should not. If it does, it needs to be an afterthought cliffhanger. It's like, the main thing going on, I need resolution. You cannot cliffhanger me on that shit. But if it's just like a little side thing where it's like, ooh, okay, we took care of that, but now what is this? That's fine. But yeah, if they end with not knowing whether Fez dies or not, if that's, what happens, I will be very upset. That will be piss poor writing if you ask me. I think having expectations that all issues are being resolved in one season are unrealistic. I just don't think I just get worried that next season won't deliver since Sans volatile. Oh, yeah. True, yeah. Basically, a different season is always less certain, but I definitely agree. True. I want to find it, too. I don't think you do. Well, I don't know. I guess all three of them did. Seems like it. I don't know. Maybe they just... I feel like there's some rose-colored glasses here, too. Like, some of you just like me. So you're like, oh, no, your artwork is great. I'm not convinced that you all actually like it. It's almost like when your mom says that you're handsome. You're like, well, that's nice, but that doesn't, like, count. I don't 100% mean that, obviously. I'm just being an asshole. People finding the comics. Hook us up. Again, these comics, it's not like... How do I even, like, put this? I don't know. You find it if you find it. That's how it's been up to this point. That's how it will stay. But you can go ahead and bug those people if you want. See if they give in. Doesn't Rue have mental disorders that make her life harder even without all the fuckery in her life? Oh, you got me there. I actually completely forgot about that. Because, yeah, I think she has bipolar disorder. And, like, 4 other things that I don't remember the name of. Or what? Does she, though? Or were they just saying she was at risk of those things when she was a kid? I'd have to rewatch that first episode, actually. You got Xbox? That sound... Oh, yeah, it's an Xbox. I've had an Xbox. I just had it downstairs, but I moved it up here because my PS4 was sounding like a jet plane every time I tried to watch a YouTube video. So I was like, I'm just going to put you to rest for now until I can get a PS5. So I've been playing a lot of Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, any free opportunity I get, I'm like, oh, I have 10 minutes? Let me just... Alright, now I gotta go do shit. Fun game. Forgot. My mom passed away when I was young, but I'm not gonna sit and act like my situation is worse than someone who had a family member just leave. No, yeah, exactly. Like, it's all perspective. In general, maybe we should just try to understand other people. That's what I try to do. Okay, you guys tell me. Watching my reactions, especially this question goes for anyone who's seen me react to multiple shows, not just Euphoria or just whatever. Do you feel like I am like an open person when it comes to like other characters in shows? Me not judging the fuck out of them, I guess. I'd be curious, like, if y'all tell me I'm super judgmental, I'll be like, oh shit. It won't hurt my feelings, I'll just be like, oh, I guess I gotta work on that. I'm curious. I feel like I'm, like, open about that kind of shit. More often than not, on this show at least, I'm the person defending people. They're like, this person's an asshole. I'm like, they're kids, and they did this, or they did that. I think it's somewhat understandable, And Cassie have really bad trauma. Oh shit. Okay, I'm going to a doctor's appointment, but otherwise I would watch Sensei with you guys. Aw. I'll see you later. Well, her and Cassie have really bad trauma. We should start focusing on their moms. Aw. I love Cassie's mom. I really love her character. And I kind of want to see them delve into her drinking problem, because I'm like, there's so much potential that they have with this storyline. Like, again, it's another perfect gray area where you're like, she is like a good mom and a good person, but she does have a drinking problem, and you know that comes with a lot of other shit. Okay, I'm looking for the episode I really want to watch. Oh hell yeah, the episode where you find out why Sun is just someone not to be fucketith with. Fucketed? How would you say that? Fucketh with. Is that how you'd say it? Season 1, episode 3, Smart Money's on the Skinny Bitch. I love this show, this episode. It's so fucking good. I think one of the things that turned me off to Jules is when she said that Kat needed to catch a dick, as if she was messed up for being a virgin. No, I mean, I get where you're coming from for that, but again, that's the moment where I definitely want to defend Jules, because I'm like, a 17-year-old girl or boy, or you know, a 17-year-old likely would be like, "You're still a virgin, bitch. Go get fucked." I'm just saying, like, that's a pretty teenagery, not like mean thing to say. It's pretty normal for teenagers to be like, yeah, I want to go lose my virginity. That's what almost every teenager is all about, and then regret it right afterwards. I don't feel like I can relate to any storyline, which isn't bad, because there are many different stories out there, and I'm happy they represent a lot of them, but I can relate to parts. Alright. Actually, your work is very great. You edit in quick time, yet still the video comes out perfect. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I try to edit quicker. Like, if I could, I'd have these videos out like an hour after the episode airs, but I just can't. Love to be a part of the chat. Just pick me up in 1 minute. Oh, no problem. I cannot wait either. It'll be fun. And you have fun at your doctor's appointment. My grandmother mostly. Oh yeah, we've discussed some of that. I feel like you need to listen to the Queen Val. I've literally watched your reactions to shows I haven't even watched, but you're always super open and accepting. Sweet. Thank you. And to that, I do say, if you've watched my reactions to shows you haven't watched, go watch those shows. I'm just saying. If I liked it, you probably would too. More so than, my cut-up version of the episode, like the full thing. 2 more days till the season finale. Yep, almost there. I'm gonna have to really crank out that Raised by Wolves reaction tomorrow. That's gonna be tough, because I had to work till 5:30, gotta come home, and then just immediately film, immediately start editing, all the way until it's time to go to bed, and then probably be able to finish it up, and then actually make the thumbnail the day after, hopefully. I really want to get that video out on Saturday before Euphoria Day, because I work on Euphoria Day. So as soon as I get home, I gotta just watch Euphoria and then start going on that. And I'm already behind on Raised by Wolves, so I would like to catch up. Again, I would like to reiterate, if you are in this chat and you do not watch Raised by Wolves, you're doing it wrong. Go watch that show. I'm serious. You will not regret it if you watch it all the way up to the point I am at right now, which is, season 2 episode. I'm about to watch the 4th one, but I think the 5th one just came out last night. It is such a good show. Such a good show. Completely 100% different than Euphoria, so don't go into it thinking you're getting that, but I promise you won't be disappointed. Like, it is such a good show. I can relate to Jules' dysphoria and validation issues, especially since I'm not even transitioning yet. Can relate to Rue's mental health issues. I can relate to Cassie's clinginess. Yeah, there's aspects of a lot of the characters where I'm like, I feel that, and I feel that, and I feel that. Oh, it's so cute. Like, little moments like this where it's just Lito and his boyfriend, Fernando, I think. Is it no? Is it Hernando or is it Fernando? It's been a while since I watched the show. Don't at me. But yeah, just like a cute little moment where he like backs him up into the into the fridge and he's just like making him laugh and kissing him. Like, it's just so fucking cute. Like, there's just so many beautiful moments of just humanity in this show. It's so good. Yeah, Gilded Age is on the list, don't you worry. That you are emotionally involved. You see the characters there and you're one-dimensional. Aw, thank you. I will be watching Gilded Age, don't you worry. But yeah, I definitely 100% get emotionally involved in shows. Too much so sometimes, where I will severely not enjoy something if, you know, depending on the circumstances, I guess, because I do get very emotionally, like, invested and immersed, I would feel like. Like, when I'm watching a show, there is almost with every single show I watch, I feel like I'm there with the characters. So when something really, really bad happens to one of them, it can be like a lot for me to deal with it, because it feels real. Like, I really let myself get into that headspace of like, what you're seeing is real, which is another reason why I try to watch good shows, because a show that's, you know, a CW show doesn't at any point make me think, oh, this is real. So, yeah. Literally do artistic thumbnails. Oh, thank you. I do feel proud of those thumbnails. Every time I finish one, I'm like, fuck you. I mean, there's obviously some where I'm like, I don't know if that was my best work, but hopefully people like it. But still, I do feel proud of the majority of them. No, I appreciate that. Anyone who is an asshole to you just wants to bring you down, or is just mad because your opinions don't match yours. I mean, that's not necessarily true. I can be an asshole. Sometimes I need to be brought down a peg or two. Like, you know, I am also kind of a shithead sometimes. I'm not immune to that. But I appreciate that. Even with this past Euphoria, I didn't 100% agree with everything you said, although I didn't leave an annoying ass repetitive comment. But that's not the point. No, I got you. Are you rolling with the LGBT? I mean, I'm gay, so yeah. Rolling for what? Are we talking about what's going on in Texas? Because I 100% want to, like, go fuck some people up over that. I can slightly disagree with someone and still respect them and support them and think they're a good person. Aw. And I agree. It's like I said, Penguins Zero, Moist Critical. I love his videos. I think he's a cool person. He seems like a person I would totally love to hang out with, but his latest video on Euphoria fucking pissed me off. I was like, you were kind of just being a snobby dick about this. But, you know, it is what it is. The episode where Rue didn't go to pee, by the end she talked about the highs and the lows, the mania. Rue is an unreliable narrator, though. I agree with Cassie with the exception of the disorders. Yeah. Man, that episode stressed me out. You have legit trauma from that shit. Just allow yourself to experience it and grow. Yeah. I feel that, Jules. You're very open, but nobody can be fully open. That's human. No, yeah, 100%. And there definitely are characters or people in this world where, even though I should, you know, see it from a different perspective, I just can't. There's some people I'm like, no, just fuck you. I don't think I have it on the opposite end of the spectrum, where I'm like, no matter what they do, I'm like, you're perfect. I love you. You're perfect. I mean, no, I don't think I have anyone on that end of the spectrum. Really don't. What's the tea on Texas? You don't know what's going on in Texas, Black and Conscious? Oh, that is fucked up what's going on in Texas. Can someone else type it out? I've already said it like 3 times earlier in the stream, and It's just a mouthful. I mean, I can just say it one more time. Fuck it. Basically, Texas legislators are enforcing, like, not just encouraging, but enforcing, like, making it so that teachers and just, people in the state in general need to identify transgender children so that they can prosecute their parents as child abusers. Because, again, in their minds, they think the only way a person is transgender is if they've been horribly abused by their parents, obviously. So yeah, it's really fucked. It's putting a lot of people in really, really shitty situations. Also to Nate, father's situation, but my dad is very homophobic, but I also live in the Middle East, which also adds to the situation. Yeah, definitely. And I can relate to, like, a homophobic dad, and, like, a very controlling, manipulative dad and everything, similar to Nate, but, again, not 100%. And gender dysphoria, I don't really talk about my own personal take on that, because if I'm 100%, I don't feel like I have gender dysphoria, but there are aspects of my gender that I don't like, if that makes any sense. I don't know. It's a whole conversation I don't really want to get into right now, but yeah, it's there. It's part of the conversation. No matter what Maddie does, she's perfect and I love her. I do love Maddie. She's great. She's not perfect though. I watched Penguin Zero too, but I'm not going to take his review as gospel. No, exactly. Because he also thought The Last of Us Part 2 was a piece of shit. And I'm like, I love that game. I don't care what people say. I think that was super well made. I think it was a great narrative, great graphics, great gameplay, and his opinion is the opposite on literally everything I just said. So I'm like, well, it's too bad we don't agree on that, but I still love your videos and most of what you say. Heard about that. I didn't think it was Texas though, but that makes sense. But ain't y'all child abusers making y'all sons sexualize women in like 9? What are you talking about? Oh, I know what you're talking about. I mean, yes, that is true. Yeah. Yes. I was like, I don't even know how to follow that up. Yep, you're right. Yeah, no, what Kristen said, like, sign any petitions or anything you can for what's going on in Texas. Like, there's still a chance to kind of prevent this from going any further, and it's pretty important that it stops where it's at and gets reversed, because it's going to get really bad. Don't dislike my male body, I just want it to be different because I'm a woman. I feel that. Did I say something wrong? I'm not sure if I saw my second message on Jules. Oh, I don't think I called you out for anything. Let me see. What I meant about Jules and the whole virgin thing was that I was assaulted and a virgin by choice, as I am still working through that trauma. I hate that how virginity is looked at as something gross. No, yeah, 100%. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like I was upset or anything. And yeah, it's silly that people view virginity honestly as something important. It's like, well, that's not exactly the right way to phrase it either, because there are some people that hold their virginity to a high importance, and there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I think there is a lot of people that value losing their virginity way too much, just for the sake of it, like just to say that you lost your virginity, not really realizing what exactly that means. Bro, people just don't like The Last of Us 2 because of the gay storyline. I don't think that's the only reason people don't like it, but I don't even know. Like, if I'm 100% honest, I think what got people to dislike the storyline at first, this is going to sound insane. This is going to sound like a little bit conspiracy theory. And then after this, I seriously have to go because I'm going to need to start wrapping up and get ready for bed. But I think as soon as the game creators brought Anita Sarkeesian into the project, from that moment it was dead in the water with certain people. Like, that really set off like the incels of Reddit. They were like, oh god, she's gonna destroy our, super heterosexual video game that we love. And no problem, Amethyst. And because of that, you had a base of people that were going to hate the game no matter what the fuck was in it. And as soon as they saw the game, they were like, oh, there really are lesbians in it. And there's a transgender boy later on in the game. And a woman who's super fucking buff. Everything we were worried about was right. And because of that, you had a group of people who hated the game without even fucking playing it. And because of that, because there were so many of those people, that opinion kind of just stuck in the air. And then when the people who actually tried the game gave it a shot, I think there were a lot of them who could not shake that opinion hanging in the air, and it just latched on once they actually started playing it, regardless of how they would have felt about the game had they just gone into it without all the bullshit that surrounded its release. And that's the end of my rant. What were you talking about earlier about something you do that's gross but legal? It was my not safe for work Twitter account. Again, like just the kinks and stuff that I'm into. There's nothing that's illegal. There's nothing that's wrong. There's nothing that's even really gross. I guess depending on how you look at things. Again, I'm not into anything like scat or something like that, but I'm sure there's some things on there that people would be like, oh, damn, I'm not into that. And I am. Did y'all hear about them passing that thing that prevents black folks from talking about racism and oppression for white people's comfortability? What state was it? No judgment, by the way. I heard it all. No, yeah. I mean, like I said, there's nothing that I'm, like, into that I think anyone would be extremely grossed out by or anything. Maybe one thing. But even then, it's like, it's not fucked up. It's not super weird. I love being untouched by man and bottled by the source, but I had to let that go. I get you. Texas is huge, dude. We have a lot of progressive cities. No, for real, though. Houston... Well, I mean, there's Republicans in all of them, but any of the major big cities in Texas are going to have a lot of liberals. You can tell the authenticity of the show because some scenes shock me. Just felt out of my diary at the same time gives you hope. Yep. I agree. I completely agree. People usually look up reviews in games before they buy them, then base their opinions on that review. 100%. And for that, I know I do that also, which is why I intentionally, before I actually like watch a movie or an episode of something, I will, with every like fiber of my being, like sometimes I can't help it because I'm so excited about the movie or something, but I try really, really hard not to read any reviews or opinions about it before I go see it. And if I do, I try really hard to go at it fresh. Like, don't fucking think about that shit. Like, what do you feel about the game or the movie or the show? And it can be really hard once you've already heard a million opinions saying it's shit, I hate it, it's shit, it's just such a SJW agenda bullshit video game. And when you hear that so much, it's really hard to get it out of your head when you actually play it. Just saying. If you pay me a couple bands, I might just go to the Good Talker stand and work him out. Thoughts on Donny Hathaway? Donny Hathaway, what? Who's that? Oh. that Donny Hathaway. I have a feeling I know a very specific song I have in my head that I think he's done, but I need to be sure. Was it called? Was it this one, The Ghetto? Yeah, that's the one. I don't know how much of his music I've heard, but I know I've at least heard this. Like it quite a bit. Oh, I hope that's not playing in the stream. It says my desktop audio is off. I think we're good. Hope so. I have bipolar disorder like Rue, but unlike Rue, medication has deterred me from ever wanting to do drugs. I think there are a lot of people who are medicated young and keeps them from doing drugs. I mean, that is true, but I think there's also very much so the opposite end of that, where being exposed to medication at a young age or having to take it at a young age can lead you down a bad path, but I do think you're right as well. There's plenty of young people that are kept from doing it for that very reason. Also watch game reviews since I'm not spending $50 to $70 on a game without knowing a bit about it, but I definitely get that. I do see where you're coming from there, or from that angle as well. But again, if I'm going to do it, it's like I'm going to read one review from a source that I trust, and it's going to be the minimal like cliff notes points from it, because even in non-spoiler reviews, they kind of spoil some of the story or like how it will flow, and that, in my opinion, is a spoiler. Like to go at it completely fresh. A Song for You. I've probably heard that one. Let me put it on. Oh, yeah! Okay. I remember this. Such a sad song. Hey, Emiliano. I'm doing good, but we're wrapping it up right now. I just try to remember reviews are a lot of the time opinion-based. I was just reviews are based more on... Yeah, I feel you. What are your predictions for the whole Rue and Lori situation? I don't have any predictions. I'm just fearful. That's all I am. Oh, thank you, Kristen. And yeah, that is one of the reasons why I go so in-depth in it, because I'm like, I liked it or I didn't like it, but here's exactly why. Like, we need to break it down, because if I disliked it for this reason, you might like it, for that reason. So, it's important to break it all apart. Yeah, Donny Hathaway is impressive. Rue is overprescribed. Was she, though? They didn't confirm 100% on that. Again, we still have a lot to learn about a lot of these characters. But I think that'll do it. I'm gonna wrap this up because like I said, I need to eat some food real quick and then get to bed. So thank you all for joining me. This has completely turned my mood around, which I actually really needed, so thank you all very much. I will see you all again soon. I'm so sorry. Sunday, obviously, I'm gonna be filming Euphoria like the minute it airs, and I will have that edited as quickly as I can. I'm trying for Monday morning, but it hasn't been able to, hasn't worked the past couple times, so we'll see. But I will see you all then, and that's about it.